how could you do that? Why would you? Nah, I'm kidding. Sorry, I haven't been to the D&D recently. I've been passing out at night. I'm trying to get my sleeping schedule in order. By Sundays, which means I have to like sleep at a normal human hour. Okay. And also, hello, Hyle. Oof, rip. I don't know how many I've skipped at this point, to be honest. Sorry about that. Okay, I'm so excited for this one. I'm so excited for this one. We're gonna get 2 prosecutors now. I'm so happy. Wait, I really shouldn't be happy because that means they're just gonna make my fucking job harder for me. I will try. Do we have one scheduled? I thought Zarkus was also busy, or was that for last week? I keep forgetting. Good morning to you, Mr. Naruhodo. Ah, good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings? I'm so excited, I'm so excited! 2 hot prosecutors! I hope so. I should be. Even I, with nothing left to... Good morning, my dear fellows! Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're here! Like, you told me we are. I will try to get there. I hope I'm not asleep. I don't think I have anything to do on Sunday. I don't think I made plans with friends because the last time we had like a game night with some friends. But now I don't think we have anything planned. So I'm excited. I think I can make it. Don't hold me to that though because I'm not really sure if I'll be asleep or not. Why, naturally, a true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in battle at all times. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'll see you later then. Oh no! Our relationship with Sholmes is so strained now because he lied about Kazuma. Now, Professor, we really need you to remain calm in the courtroom today. Oh no, are we just ignoring him? Okay, he's gonna be sad, Ryunosuke, you know that. He needs attention or he'll die. Yes, do your hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again. Please, or I'll fucking choke you myself. Yes, I will. I realize it was a mistake, but my dear fellows, I must interject. I knew it. Oh, you're still here, Mr. Sholmes. What's the matter? Surely you've overlooked some praise, have you not? To be cast in my direction, Sorry, I don't follow. Must I spell it out? I, the great Harlock Sholmes, the greatest detective of worldwide acclamation. He said great twice, so I have to take 2 sips. Ha! Aroused at an ungodly hour to be here now. First thing in the morning, a miracle, you must agree. Well, if I must agree then... As you know, my slip is quite impregnable. Not for long. I hope you're not impregnable. Iris had to employ her full gamut of tactics. She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked both cheeks, punched me, and kicked me from the bed. Jesus. Then she poured a boiling cup of her latest experiment. Oh my god! Then she poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face, and at last I was bestirred. Oh my, Iris has been busy. Iris doesn't have it in her to go that far. She's too nice. Oh, I sense the spirit of a fellow scientist, one who relishes in the infinite possibilities of blending tea. I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. This is my victory. Oh, Sholmes. Who is this? Sorry to cut in. Oh, Gregson! Sorry to cut in. Oh, Inspector Gregson. Good morning. Gregson, my dear fellow. What a grim expression at this delightful early hour. Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I've been confronted with a grimmer expression, eh? Dear me, are you going to take that insult line down, Professor? What? I don't know! Poor Professor. Anyway, here's the paperwork you asked for. Oh, thank you so much! This is the first time I ever get anything for the case. This is so nice. Where the first time we got anything for a case and we didn't have to get for the prosecution or didn't pick it up from the ground. Actual official paperwork delivered to us. Oh my god, this makes me tear up. What paperwork? Ah, I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. Oh, so maybe that's why we aren't getting paperwork. I had a feeling it may prove useful. You wouldn't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this brought out for the archives. It's the professor's autopsy report. Oh. That mass murderers? Who killed 5 members of the aristocracy. He was found guilty in a closed trial 10 years ago now. It was all done under wraps. And he was quickly executed soon after the trial. It's all in here. Why would you know this, Sherlock? I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector. I need to look at that. Oh no, her thing is entirely full. Redacted for confidentiality. Ooh. Death by hanging. Courtney Stevens. Oh, she was single when. Confirmed at midnight, 17th June. This is what you had to fight for, Gregson? This is the files you had to get? You had to risk your neck for? Well, thank you anyway. Yes, much obliged, Gregson. A slowly lot at the art. I'm just doing what you can in the shadows of the great detective Sherlock Holmes. Of course. Well then, Professor Harbrain, this is it. Today we're going to lay all this to rest at last. I wish you the best of luck, Professor. I suppose he'll be in there today, will he? Oh fuck! I thought you meant Banziks. Rubber. Yes, they expect the prosecution to summon him as a witness. I'm still amazed that you managed to find him in just one day. I really owe you both so much. Counsel and the defendant. The trial is about to resume. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. This is it then. The final chapter. Funny. My heart's racing a little. I have not felt this before actually. This strange foreboding. As if something's going to happen in this trial that I'm not ready for. Is the prosecutor going to kiss me? But I can't let this distract me from the only thing that really matters. Finding the truth. Okay, it's loading. 9:30 a.m. He's there! In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court be in session. We resume the public hearing of Albert Harbrain, here, present, who stands accused of murder. Are the counsels for the prosecution and defense ready for the Wait a second, I need to tell the girls. Because, ooh, that one guy is important. One second, I'm just messing the girls. Okay, you're free, but we're doing the trial with the apprentice. And I have to add Amma as well. Honeymoon. With both Van Zix and the mass disciple as the prosecution. Okay, let's go. The prosecution is ready, my lord. Masked apprentice, can I advise you to step a few more steps back? Usually there are cups flying in that direction. Just 3 more steps back. The defense is ready, my lord. Please stop. As promised, Lord Van Zix has his apprentice with him. His apprentice with memory loss. If I may, Lord Van Zix? Yes, my lord. There appears to be someone standing at your side. You think he didn't notice? You think he's gonna turn his head and gonna be surprised that there's just some hooded figure to his right? Ah, yes, my apprentice and assistant. The prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexity of this case rise considerably. Oh god. Oh my god. He's a personal bottle opener apparently. Holy shit. How did Van Zix not freak out? A sword literally went whooshing to his side. And also, that was sexy. Oh man, I wish the girls were with me. I therefore instructed my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of this trial, and also to open more bottles. How was he opening them before without it? And the smooth running of liquid refreshment by the look of it. The way he holds himself, the way he moves. It couldn't be anyone else. But he's still suffering from amnesia, so there's really nothing we can do at the moment. Can we just invade Van Zix's office for like the time being and like shake this guy around? Maybe that'll jog his memory. I know, but this is so very hard. It would appear that the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands of the court made yesterday. I understand you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene on the day in question? Yes, my lord. I intend to call him as a witness shortly. Very good, very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, now have been chosen at random to represent the will of the courtroom today. Are you ready to and willing to proceed? Of course, my lord. I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty. I so despise deception and deceit. I find it so very wearing. You took a man's life at a conjuring trick. It is against the magician's code, not to mention the law. Any fake scientist should feel the wrath of God, if you ask me. We have to listen to what's said outside the fence and, then settle on one. That's it. Huh? Isn't it? Wasn't like this in my day. Wasn't like this at all. If all parties are ready to proceed, you may now begin, Lord Van Zix. Before I do, my lord, there is a report I must read to the court. held that? We held that? I'm just saying. uh, uh, One of my kind of favorite-ish tropes. Come on, make it happen, game. Give it to me. Yesterday, at the Great Exhibition grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case, the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine, which was installed on the experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion affected by an unknown person or persons. What, didn't Gregson report that? It was what? An explosion? Oh, he's missing a tooth. This is an outrage. This is the wrong voice for you. This is an outrage. Yes, I heard this grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening. I read that the machine was blasted to smithers, and the wreckage reduced to ash in the flames. Whatever I see! I have here the photographic print of the scene, taken in the wake of the explosion. Oh. It shows what little remains of the machine. Yes, a terrible business. He did it to destroy the evidence, did he? That Enoch Trevor. The court will take this print as evidence, counsel. Oh God, so it's clearly late yesterday afternoon. The protection afforded by the machine to the machine by the Special Dispensation of Scientific Equipment Act was revoked. However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial. Why are you pointing at me? As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity. Wasn't there like a blueprint? Indeed, a most unfortunate state of affairs. However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Are you really going to fight me on this? Come on, dude! Of that, we can be certain. For it was the accused himself who was operating the machine and who ultimately caused its loss of control. As Lord Van Zix rightly says, this is a very different trial now. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Assman died as a result of the accident caused by his machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by the pair of very clever fraudsters. Names, counsel, if you please. The engineer, Enoch Trevor, and the victim himself, Mr. Audi Asman. Oh my god, I'm sorry if I'm like spending several seconds too long on like the prosecution side. There's just... So, what exactly were these two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant. Thank you, counsel. The position of the prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Lord Van Zix, summon your first witness, please. At once, my lord. The prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Trevor, to the stand. Please. Oh no, Van Zix. I thought we were gonna work together to pin this motherfucker down. State your name and occupation for the court. Name, Enoch Drummer. Occupation? Hard to pin down, I would say. You know Black Monocle? Yes, I swear I feel so somewhere I've seen us somewhere. Oh, you too, Enoch Drummer. Your file indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. The theft of a waxwork model, is it? A most extraordinary sounding business. But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Cleave it from your mind. You're familiar with a public experiment carried out at the Great Exhibition some days ago? The accused super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration. Yes, you say that. I am aware of it. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there? I hate it. Is this also their way of like increasing the difficulty for this case? Because he's messing with the colored text. That is so fucked up. It was you, Mr. Drebber, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiment. So our investigation indicates. Can you confirm your involvement? Yes, I constructed it, in precise accordance with the blueprints, but that's all. Then the court would be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure. An amazing device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last. What? Good gracious, do you mean to say that the experiment was bona fide? Is that your belief, sir? Yes, that is very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up. But we've already established that the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick. Are you really gonna find me on this? My man! You've established nothing of the sort. All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been reproduced by the means of stage trickery. That the defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility, nothing more. But... Why is that so hard for me to say? I use it so often, but like in typing, because yes, I do that often. But why is it so hard to say? We've procrastinated long enough, I feel. Witness, you will now give your formal testimony about the machine that you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration at the Great Exhibition. Understood. I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago, though through Mr. Ashman's introduction. He provided me with the blueprint and I constructed the machine to its precise specifications. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow. A body double? We've established this. That goes without saying, surely. To give the impression that something has moved when in reality it hasn't. It's a conjuring principle. The deception cannot be achieved without substitute. The original without shit, I had a burp. I had a burp. Sorry, I had grilled chicken for dinner. Without substituting the the original with a fake at some point in the performance. But would I be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines. Incidentally, the prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Assman had no twin sibling. It's my understanding that this witness is well versed in conjuring artfulness. But such talents do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, that construction of what, by all accounts, must have been an extremely complex scientific machine. Whatever do you mean? Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Drummer. Indeed it did, my lord. As a swindler who preys on innocent scientists to elicit government grant money for conjuring know-how. Yes, it's true that I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. But crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic in the field. Investigations of the witnesses' workshops attest to that claim, my lord. Hey, got that. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy for young talent in science there. Yes, that's true. We spotted it there ourselves. Isn't it harebrains though? There's a possibility that's harebrains. God, where is it? Ah, fuck. We have so much evidence at the moment! Is there nothing that suggests? Could be harebrains. But I guess, yeah, I did say he was an engineer. You couldn't have done that if you didn't have some significant talent. If a hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged into physical manifestation with sufficient skill. Yeah, that's what I said. Though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wiles to stifling, talentless scientists in the past. Would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was an unfortunate accident, or, of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by misuse of the science? Counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. Okay. Press everything. Because I can't pick up anything that's actually shut. 1 year number as the blueprints and constructed the machines precise reason it was still tricked. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? I'm assuming I have to show the fucking head. Why do we still have this? Is there really no way to unlock it? How can we ascertain this though? Like, we didn't have a picture or like a thing with the wax double. Hey, the balloon! All the spectators saw the bird change above their heads and then crash headfirst in the crystal tower. Terrible accident and grand chief of the science and the machine squad. Okay, let's press everything. The twin thing, jumps out, but I don't know exactly how to tackle it yet. So, you're already acquainted with Mr. Assman himself? Not really. By chance, I'd seen his name mentioned in the papers, that's all. But I had no interest in his private affairs. If he was an unscrupulous investor, it was no concern of mine. As long as people pay their bills, I take up my tools and construct what they ask for. So, why did Mr. Assman approach you in particular then? Who can say? I presume because my name is associated with excellence in engineering. Not to mention excellence in fraud. Hard to gauge, but the point is, all I did was construct the machine according to the blueprints I was given. In other words, the kinesis machine was built on solid scientific principles. We had like the blueprints too. Gregson had it. Why didn't you show it? Yes, you might say that. Professor Hairbrain certainly has a mind like no other. It's clear that you have both scientific knowledge and knowledge of conjuring magic. However, the more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along. But your implication is that I furnished the machine with some trickery, I think. It's a possibility that we have to explore. Unfortunately, though, the machine has been blown to Kingdom Come. So, there's really nothing left to explore, is there? It appears that the Kinesis machine was fitted with a timed explosive device of some kind. And there's nothing left of that device either. Not a single shred of evidence remaining, I hear. You must have planned all this from the outset. But in any case, it's abundantly clear that the experiment couldn't have been a trick because of the body double. Of course, that's it. Mr. Asman has a... Ryu, please. Ryu. Perhaps my learned friend wasn't listening earlier. Mr. Asman had no twin siblings. Mass disciple in the bag just... Oh, for fuck's sakes. Oh. No, I heard you before, but the shred of hope hadn't quite left me. The demonstration could have been a trick if there was someone who looked sufficiently like the victim. But Dr. Stein absolutely ruled out that possibility. It is beyond question that the victim himself, Mr. Asman, did move from the stage to the Crystal Tower. The fingerprints found at the scene attest to the fact. I thought we weren't using fingerprints for forensics. So, it could have been orchestrated using someone who looked identical to Mr. Asman then. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruto? Oh, no, nothing. Just that the idea of someone who looked identical to the victim is playing on my mind. I want to see the Van Zyx wax model, please. I want to give it a little kiss. So that didn't really help in how I can tackle it. I can either present the head that would appear to be from the Crystal Tower. This one gives the most hints, like it would appear to be from the Crystal Tower, but... Okay, yeah, this is how they make it really hard now. Like, you have to pay attention to the... Wait a second, there's a message that's bothering me. No one that, like... it's one of the servers I joined that, like, adds everyone. Ah, fuck! Nothing. Don't ever mention me again. Okay. So I didn't press the last one. It crashed head first, you say. Okay, so that's what we have to... That's what we have to do. That's what we have to present it on. According to many witness reports from those here at the time, yes. Did the thing specifically say it crashed down with the victim inside, causing damage to its base? Okay, there we go, there we go. Were you not there at the exhibition grounds that day? Huh, unlikely. I rarely leave my workshop. Yet, another one of your unique inventions was found at the sea. Well, it was the unveiling of a machine I'd labored over for many months. I saw it clearly with my own eyes. The birdcage plummeting headfirst into the tower. This is how he's fucking with me. Like, if it was any other witnesses, the head first would be the one that's highlighted in red. But he's messing with the colors, and he said clearly. Ugh. What a surprise! I believe the victim's neck was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it? How would you have come by that information? Even an infernal recluse like me reads the newspapers, you know. According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body. Yes, he had been stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver believed to belong to the defendant, and he had broken a vertebrae as a result of the fall from the considerable height. The moment I say that, the masked disciple shivers in his boots. Ah! There it is! Correct. My learned friend has been doing his research, it seems. Do we know which injury was the fatal one? Sadly not. Forensic science is not yet at a level where such things can be determined. What we do know is that the victim died having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment. And since he was found in a birdcage with a broken neck, and his neck broken, oh no, he's not Kazuma. We haven't confirmed it yet. He hasn't said a thing. Mass disciple is just frantically shivering on his spot. He's just trembling in fear. The PTSD attacks are coming at him. It starts with the face of a cat. It's obvious that he fell from a considerable height. I suppose it's hard to deny. I'm just gonna press this in case I get another clue. I doubt it though. So, you understood the science, did you? Not in the slightest. Oh, right. As I've said a number of times, I am an engineer. My job is to manufacture according to the blueprints I'm given. I would be inviting manifold problems if I foolishly allowed my brain to digest the ideas behind them. I could be accused of stealing ideas, for example. But how is it possible to construct a machine without really understanding the principles it relies on? Well, you're practicing law without really understanding the principles it relies on, aren't you? Oh, fuck, it got me there. A very good... No, you! Stand up for yourself, Mr. Naruhodo! The point is, the experiment resulted in instantaneous kinesis taking place. As such, the science must be sound. Yes, and really, experimental. Results are all that matters when it comes to proving a hypothesis. He's certainly very sure of himself. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now that the machine has been completely destroyed by yesterday's explosion, it's going to be impossible to argue its authenticity one way or another. But if we're unable to establish that it was a piece of stage trickery rather than genuine science, we will have no grounds on which to demonstrate Professor Harebraine's innocence. Both Mr. Asman and this man in the stand tricked the professor and used him. They took advantage of his naivety and his unbending belief in his work, and I won't let them get away with it. And since the professor is an old friend of Lord Van Zeke's, what on earth must he be feeling towards Drummer? Okay. Head first. Head first, okay. Man, I'm so glad they did that. Oh god, I would have fucked it up all. I completely The head first thing completely blank from my mind. E. There we go. We've examined the birdcage that crashed into the crystal tower ourselves. As you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot. Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet into the glass of the crystal tower. That level of damage is to be expected, surely. I wonder. But nah, there's no way he would have done that, right? There was no. Because we only saw the birdcage when Van Ziegs was there. Did he have it brought over for Ryu to pull it up as a defense? But in that case, how will he predict that Drebber would say it crashed head first? Unless this is like another scenario where like Ashley Graydon, where he's like where he was fed false information. Ah, that would be nutty though. I agree. The damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense, there it goes, is the location of the damage. All the breakages in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top. What are you saying? What are you saying? That's the opposite of what they should be. That's right, my lord. The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at its base. So we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the crystal tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there are two birdcages in play that day, which were at some point. What is this confusing sentence? There were two birdcages in play that day, which were at some point switched. Switched during what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery. Good gracious! Explain yourself with this! Well... If we examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage on the base of the birdcage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first into the tower. But multitude witness reports claim it fell head first. The birdcage I was confused. I didn't see him because his head was mostly blocked by Van Ziek's meaty arms, and the hood kind of melted in the back. The birdcage materialized in the sky next to the balloon, flying over the stage following the spontaneous explosion. At an altitude of some 60 feet above the ground level, which is approximately 18 meters. Thank you, Susato. It then proceeded to fall some 30 feet into the crystal tower, instead showing deflagration. Witness reports amid such chaos are notoriously unreliable. But the victim's neck was broken. He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However he fell, it would be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed. Please be gentle when you're talking about broken necks. Someone beside you has trauma. Riveting scientific analysis of events from the prosecution there. What? Though it may be even more rigorous, you would say, what is this music? You have to say it was only one vertebra, actually. What? Are you incriminating yourself? It wasn't quiet for long. I find it hard to see what's motivating Lord Van Zieks. Same! I really thought we were going to team up to, like, fuck him up. 1 second, I'm getting some messages. Nyame no jisha. Yeah. Okay, I think that's. Okay, sorry. Okay, I'm going back to the stream. This witness is clearly a swindler, and one who deceived a personal friend of his. Yeah! What's your damage, Van Zeeks? If you're going to establish this deception, do it right. Is he testing me? Sorry? I feel like that's the undertone here. Ah, yes. And there's one more point. The defense appears to have forgotten. It obviously wasn't a trick, as a certain truth very plainly demonstrates. What? It seems to me that the cross-examination had better continue until we resolve this matter. Mr. Drebber, you will amend your testimony with details of this truth. Of course, we must treat the matter scientifically after all. Oh shit, guys, 1 second. Yeah. I nearly had him there. Are you good? I think it's booting up. Do we need a moment? I think it's booting up. I think it's having like a blue screen of death. The kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high of birdcage to have fallen from the balloon. We've been here. What do you mean? Well, before the demonstration began, the victim was alive on stage in front of the audience. Yes, there were lots of witnesses who saw Mr. Asman on the experimentation stage, that's true. And the victim's neck broke as a result of an impact following a fall. Logically, therefore, the victim must have fallen from somewhere. The balloon that exploded was at an altitude of 60 feet. The point of impact on the tower was 30 feet up. That difference of 30 feet is therefore the total distance the birdcage fell. And there's no other location from which the cage would have fallen that distance if it didn't drop out of the sky. Ergo, the victim himself must have been beamed from the stage into the sky above the crystal tower. A trenchant scientific analysis. Dear me, every time I hear it explained, it sounds increasingly plausible. Oh, yes. It is all very well thought out. Certainly, all the spectators on the day saw it. The birdcage plummeting 30 feet from the air, I mean. Irritatingly, yes. This one is also the one that stuck out. Let's... I feel like the head makes more sense. Because the thing while I'm playing Ace Attorney, it's like I'm I'm basically metagaming because everything is all a set scenario. There's only one possible way this can go. So I'm trying to decide how do I want to go at it. And based on this clue, if the fraud require a body double, tell me, did he have a twin? I feel like it would make more sense to present the head. And then, as the reasonings go on, they're gonna ask "There's no way that waxwork was there," and then we present this glass that we found inside of the waxwork. I'm not entirely sure, but let's go. Nope, the music didn't stop. No. Goodness is real took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet. This is also possible? 30 feet high for the bird cage to have fallen from? That balloon! Okay. This one doesn't really give them. This is one of the more confusing statements because basically the point of this is that he was alive. But you can't really make that out from this sentence alone. Okay, now I'm a bit stuck. I can show him the balloon for that statement, right? Let's try. Because the twin one was also pretty yeah. We already. I feel like this is another case where I'm too ahead of the game. We already know how there could have been a body double because of an interconnected case, but they haven't brought that up yet, I think. And we don't have any. This doesn't feel right to present here either. Let's. I can show him the balloon. Nope. No. No. I'm glad though, or am I glad or confused because he's doing the strong slams even when he's not sure. he's gotten better at fibbing. So this is for 100% fact the victim. This wasn't the waxwork model. Material rubber. There's a scotch mark around the edges. They don't. I think we're done with some of these. Are we supposed to present the picture here? Are we supposed to logic that? Oh no, he fell from here and it's 30 feet. And that doesn't seem right, but let's go. Nope, right. Stop. Okay, I'm lost. I am perfectly lost. These are the most damning ones. But that's also my problem. I kind of tend to tunnel vision into some ones that I think were right, and then and I completely miss a very vital single word clue in some of the other statements, which then damns me. This machine was built, perhaps the size of the machine was built was flawed somehow. 30 feet. The whole show to be a fraud. I feel like this is the most damning, but I don't know. I went the young professor. Okay, this one doesn't makes sense. The blueprint was constructed in a machine to its precise specification. It was no trick. Wait, is this another like press everything and move on? Because I don't think I moved on from this. I'm gonna be so mad. He's certainly very sure of himself. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now that the machine has been completely destroyed by yesterday's explosion, it's going to be impossible to argue its authenticity one way or another. But if we're unable to establish that piece of stage trickery rather than genuine science, we will have no guarantee. Oh, vote Mr. Az. Vote to the bench. Oh god, I'm so sorry, Vensix. I'm failing you at the moment. Wait, I'm getting notifications once again. Jesus Christ, it's a busy night tonight apparently. Can you stop adding? Don't add everyone. Okay. Provided me with the specification. The whole show was a fraud. It would require a body. This one? Honestly, if this isn't the thing that I'm supposed to press, it's very good. Or not press. What do you call it? I'm not supposed like to present anything. It's a very good red herring, you could say. I don't get it. What? Again? Go by me again. Go by me again. I'm gonna focus now. I'm not gonna voice. What do you mean? Well, before the demonstration began, the victim was alive on stage in front of the audience. Yes, there are a lot of witnesses who saw Mr. Aspen on experimentation stage, that's true. And the victim's neck was broken as a result of an impact following the fall. Logically, therefore, the victim must have fallen from somewhere. Yeah! The balloon had exploded at an altitude of 60 feet. The point of the impact was 30 feet up. The difference of 30 feet is therefore the total distance the birdcage fell. And there's no other location from which the cage could have fallen the distance of it. Did it drop from the sky? Ergo, the victim himself must have been beamed. What? Oh yes, it's very well thought out. Certainly the spectators saw that the birdcage floating 30 feet for the air, I mean. Irritatingly, yes. That doesn't give me anything! Well, it's clearly... Oh, what the fuck? So this is asserting the fact that he did in fact fall. I presented a balloon, it didn't work. I don't get it. I'm being dumb here, and I know I think I presented this as well. I think I presented that in this statement as well, just to be sure. I'm doing it twice. I completely forgot what I've been doing. I mean, it was completely leveled by the time bomb. The metal floor of the stage has been blown open by the explosion. Right, so... That's completely generic dialogue though. I'm so lost. This doesn't. I'm gonna focus on this new statement because it was literally just given to us. I'm assuming, based on patterns, that this is the right one. But how? How? I just got another message. Got it. Ah, I see. I got a rather helpful tip from a friend, and apparently they are saying it's this. God damn it, how? This is a diagram of the experimentation stage and its surroundings. We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in mid-air before falling down into the crystal tower. A fall of about 30 feet or 9 meters. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there's other possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet. Was I supposed to pay attention to like pixels there of how far? How was I supposed to know this was supposed to be like accurate? No. Well, it would appear the defense has a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, counsel. Yes, my lord. Of course. You will indicate the place in which you are referring the same as the diagram. Alternative location from which the birdcage would have possibly have fallen represent 30 feet. That would be here, right? Okay, I'm gonna save. Because why wasn't the trap door eligible there then? And before I haven't even presented this, and it's right. It's not actually right, but let's go. The music stops, I'm right. The place I'm referring to is here. Because of the trapdoor, right? Why was it? What? I mean, I guess if you like take the picture, if you just show the picture, it doesn't make sense. Or they can't like take a gauge that is actually 30 feet. Man, come on, you have to explain that. But that's where the birdcage would have been to begin with. Which is exactly the point, my lord. Yes, the birdcage was in the machine on that stage. But what we must also consider is the height of the stage itself. Go on, counsel. It turns out that the experimentation stage was built at a considerable height above ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact, you'll see it is about the same height above the ground as the balloon. Are you shitting me? I'm like looking at it from the thumbnail and I mean, I guess? I never would have thought to look at it like that though, jeez. When the experiment got underway, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. At that moment, the floor of the stage gave way and, if you assume there to be a void underneath, this birdcage and the one seen by the audience would have fallen almost exactly at the same distance. I don't know I like that, but we'll move on. Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but two. My learned friend has no evidence that the stage had such a contrivance in its. You literally gave me a picture. So this is now where they want to see the picture. Someone is responsible for the criminal destruction of the Kinesis machine itself, it's true. However, the stage still stands. And, okay, so I don't have to present it myself. That was a bit, if I had to present that picture myself, it would have stung a little. Considering I probably tried it twice. photographic print seen following yesterday's explosion. Good lord! The metal grill that formed the floor of the machine is undone! Yes, most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. The defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated immediately. Mr. Drebber, it was you who built the kinesis machine, which means that it was you who built that 2 bird cages and were used to carry out this deception. Whether Professor Herbert's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference. Because it's the construction of this machine that matters, a machine designed to take Mr. Asman's life. And lay the blame firmly on the professor's door, something that only have been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Drebber. Damn. Okay, you gave up pretty easily. Wait, who has the seizures? There we go. I love that so much. As my learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions. Wait, what happened to the first one that was open? Did you drink it already? The prosecution would like to crush the defense's argument slowly, but surely. Well, your argument fails to hold water on 2 accounts. Oh no, are we gonna have a dance of deduction? I would gladly do it. 2? Firstly, before and after the experiment, this witness went nowhere near the kinesis machine. Every relevant member of the staff from the exhibition has attested to that. And I believe members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at the very public experiment. In other words, Mr. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages. But I've already explained why he wouldn't have needed to. The nonsense with the crossbow, but that doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed into the tower are one and the same. The forensics investigation team reports is unequivocal to that point. Yeah, that's also one thing I'm wondering. But like, why are they firmly pinning the fact that it is in fact him? And the second flaw in their assertion is a distinct lack of motive. There is, though. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so. He would get the money. A motive? I have to think of everything myself. I really like how he gave that like 2 hands, like I have a contract provided by the witness. What contract is this, Lord Van Zeeks? The contract into which Mr. Drebber entered with the victim, Mr. Asman. It reads, Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remuneration from government grants or other income. 30%? Certainly very favorable contractual conditions. But there was one very important provision bolted onto that clause. What provision? Mr. Drebber may only uphold his right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. Well, that's bullshit! In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void. So, you see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Asman's death. the diametric opposite, in fact. Need I say more? The witness had neither an opportunity nor a reason to commit the alleged crime. In short, the possibility of Mr. Drebber having done as you suggest is nil. He's going funky. He's just dancing it out there in the middle of the fucking corridor. It seems the defense assertion was somewhat wide off the mark. Lord Van Zieks, you will submit the contract as evidence, please. I see you're still up to your old bullshit of withholding evidence from me, Van Zieks. Good times. It's true. Let me read it first before you say that. You asked me here by a contract with a provision to fund labor and material for the construction of the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from the government grants. Mr. Drebber may only uphold his right to condition. Both contracting parties are alive. Is that the same signature? Because we have his... Wait, did Gina literally take it from us? And she didn't give it back? Gina! I wanted to confirm if that's like the same... what do you call it? Signature. Because it wouldn't be so far off. You can't blame me to thinking that him forging his signature means he still gets the grant. But Gina took it. Fuck. If Trevor had no opportunity to switch the birdcage under the stage with the one in the Crystal Tower, he couldn't have done it. And in any case, I have no idea what his motives might have been. There is one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. There were 2 birdcages. The prosecution is unable to deny that. So I'm sure you're on the right line, Mr. Naruhodo. And I've no doubt there are other aspects to your assertion that are undeniable truth too. Well, it would seem that the defense has no rejoinder to offer. Well, I must say I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built, and instead, my reputation is defiled. But the prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit. At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only 1 birdcage, yet now we know that there have been 2. In other words, there was more to the demonstration that was realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit. Get to the point. The staged demonstration was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Drebber. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that inspired. So, if circumstances mean it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself, it points to the fact that someone else was involved. Someone else? Counsel, are you suggesting... Yes, my lord. Mr. Drebber had an accomplice. An accomplice now. Well then, I presume. You are prepared for what's to come? Now that you've accused not only this witness, but someone else of the most serious of crimes. It's Drebber, right? Asman. If these accusations turn out to be false, then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander. Well, counsel, do you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter? what I do here? In the moment, this is a little more than a hunch on my part. I don't know for sure if Mr. Drebber had an accomplice, or even if he really is the culprit here. One way or another, though, I have to make my position clear as a lawyer. So, what's my stance going to be? Did Drebber have an accomplice or not? We're not gonna get anywhere if we back down, so definitely it's an accomplice. But who? My thought is like Azman. But as we like established, there's no reason to like you're the accomplice. I wonder if I'm gonna get. Oh no! I miss the days of Kazuma reacting to my bullshit. Gina is so cute here. Did they change her portrait? No. I'm gonna make bugs in that for sure. It's the child. The child did it. The defense is ready to name Mr. Drebber's accomplice. Somehow, the two percussions have been switched. Everything points to that. Yet, according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. But the inconsistency itself is a clue. Counsel? Yeah, my lord. You have received a stark warning already. If you are nevertheless determined, then I must ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name. So, your answer please. Who do you claim to have been Mr. Drebber's accomplice, Van Zeeks? I guess my initial gut feeling was Ozman, but that doesn't make sense because he died. It can't be Hairbrain because we're fighting for his innocence. I feel like it's her. But no. Because if we're to believe what she said about her, like, thing being kidnapped, then there's no reason for her to work with, Drebber, her waxwork. So, and am I overthinking it? That the... Oh, it's Loon! Right? It's this guy. I completely overlooked him. Like I looked at Gina, I looked at her, at Gregson, I looked at her, immediately went straight for the child. I'm thinking it's Loon. Because then he was be the one to have like set up the balloon thing, right? Even though he said it wasn't his type of balloon. No. Right. Nope. You fucked up there. It was literally there yesterday, my lord. Okay, I jumped the gun there. This case really is harder. What the fuck? He keeps his mouth shut, which is hard. I feel like it was a hint, but that would be so much of a stretch. And look, one of Longheart's most trusted allies. If I incriminate her, I am fucked. It was a child. The child did it! My guess is Tuspulse or Courtney at the moment. But Tuspul doesn't have a reason to work with Drebber because he kidnapped one of her waxers, so it has to be Courtney Seath, right? Nope. God damn, it really is hard. Nothing is popping up. If it's Azman, I'm gonna be so mad. Okay, good. It isn't. That's the victim, my lord. Okay, good. It isn't him because that makes sense. Because why would he be his accomplice if it's dead? Okay, then I guess Madame Tossfuls. No, either. What? Am I literally going to present everyone? Jesus. Oh my god, if it's the child, I am going to lose my shit. But no, the child wouldn't make sense either, because why would he incriminate the child? Oh no, because the child had a picture. So that doesn't work. That works evidently against him. What is it then? Van Zeeks? That's the Santa, it's not her log. It isn't Asman, it's Mass Man. Of course Gina isn't, she's one of the good guys now. What? I'm so confused. If I present the child and it worked, did I present the child? I completely blanked out. I mean, presented everyone, right? Yeah, because the way he meant, I presented her, didn't I? Didn't I? Oh, fuck! Did I present her and I was right? But because the music didn't change and stop, I thought it was wrong. I am such a fucking dumbass. Why am I such a stupid ass? The name of the person in question is... What's wrong, Many Ponies friend? Yeah, this looks like it's wrong. This looks like an animation you get when you're wrong. Surely fear doesn't bind your tongue now. It's a little late for that. Do you want to bind my tongue now? Of course I'm afraid. After all, naming her in the Okay, so this is where it man, that fucked me up. So I was completely right. Fuck! But the animation didn't change and the music didn't change, so I just completely like, oh no, I'm wrong. Well, the animation did change and went from him to like the judge. Am I at fault for that one? Or I don't know. I feel like that was a little... I don't know. Let's move on. Naming her in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. I could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me. I'm sure it'll be alright, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you, Mrs. Sato. The enemy always appears larger than life, but you'll appear exactly the same as the enemy. Appear exactly the same to the enemy. Alright then, here goes. You've kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, Counsel, now. I feel like that's the 2 times I've been like kind of bamboozled by this case. I don't know if I'm an idiot or the game is like actively trying to fool me, which I don't know what to feel about. The person who concluded with Mr. Drebber in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Seeth. Wait, what was her last name again? Stevens. What the hell is Stevens? Is Stevens someone like Asman killed? God. Oh no, that was her name. That was her maiden name. Seeth is let's just go on. What in blazes are you talking about, Dr. Seeth? The head of the forensics investigation team and the coroner who conducted an autopsy on the victim. I never would have. Well, I actually did. I guessed it because they gave like a hint about it, but I thought it was wrong. But like, if it was me in real life, I never would have dropped this name. We know there were 2 bird cages, so Who would have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of the huge crowd of spectators, and the area was immediately sealed off. Then everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensics investigation team. Oh no! I also realized the implication of this just now. If we are somehow going to incriminate the head of the forensics investigation team, this is going to fuck up with Strongheart's plans and like his ambitions to get like the general attorney, and we do not want that. Oh fuck. When else could the switch have occurred? It only could have been in that team's presence. It's essential that the court examines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demands Dr. C to be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify. You sure? He's just vibing. You've got nerve, lad. Standing up there, dragging the yard stay through the mud. I didn't mean to. I know the woman very well. There's no better den room worker out there. Jesus. How dare you call her a criminal? My learned friend's imaginations appear to be wilder than the East End at night. Jesus. But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another grave problem with your argument. One which the prosecution demands you address at once. A grave problem? Like the grave? On my word. Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger? Okay, there we go. What? Certainly, if the birdcage contains the body of the victim was exchanged for another, that cage must have also contained a body. And yet, no missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone even remotely resembling the victim have been reported. Which means there was no one, dead or alive, who would have fulfilled the role of a body double for Mr. Asman. That's true. My argument is that there were two bird cages, then there must also have been one person inside each. But I don't know if I got an answer to this yet, have I? What do I do to... Okay, this one is hard. Do I name Tuspals? Very well. The defense will address my learned friend's concerns by revealing the identity of the person who acted as Mr. Asman's body double. No! This isn't what I meant! I thought we were going to present her name and then say what she does, and that's how they got a body double for it. I wasn't saying that she was the body double. Be my guest. Give us a name. I mean, guess, yeah, that's usually that's a very common what do they call it? Switcheroo. Like when you think that you're trying to fine, okay. Very well. The defense will address my learned friend's concerns by presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Asman's body double. I don't know if I'm just out of it today or this case is really fucking with me. I love this game, so I'm gonna put all the blame on myself. I'm really not at my best thinking capacity at the moment. I'll take the blame for this one. Good gracious, evidence? I do hope this isn't filibustering, counsel. The court is expecting a name. If you think you have relevant evidence, present it now. The body double and the birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage, which means that any witness could only have seen them from 60 feet away. So, who was it that appeared out of the explosion some 18 meters above the spectators? Aha! The body double inside the second birdcage was... Do I have to... Ah, God, oh God, oh God, oh God. Fuck. I am safe scumming the fuck out of this. What the fuck is wrong with me today? We know that the victim, Mr. Aspen, was in a birdcage that was suited inside the kinesis machine on stage. Okay, so this looks like it's on the right track. And therefore, he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contained something else. What's been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into the Crystal Tower. Yes, Counsel, according to our somewhat elaborate versions of events. To your somewhat. And that body double inside the second birdcage was in fact... It's alright, Mr. Naruto. You're ready for this. Aw, thank you, Susato. He wouldn't get past his fucking Senjinouchi, Susato. Oh my god. Just steel yourself and come out with it. Thank you, Mrs. Sato. I needed that. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was... as unbelievable as it may seem. Oh my god, where did you get that from? That thing there! How did that get in? Open your eyes and look into mine. Nipponi's room. Oh my god, yes, yes, yes. Please, let's come closer and I'll look into your eyes. I'll look into your perfect blues. Open your eyes and look into mine, my Nipponese friend. Now tell me, what are you playing at? Did Sholmes fill that in? Stand firm now, Ryunosuke. This is your time to show your Japanese spirit. As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. Oh. A model, in fact, of an infamous London murderer from 10 years ago, the Professor. You started by indicting the leader of the forensics investigation team as an accomplice in this crime. And now, you've moved on to indicting waxwork. Yes! That's about the size of it. But why? And why this waxwork? It looks nothing like the victim. In fact, it could hardly resemble him less. What possible justification can you give? If you want to know why, ask Mr. Drebber. What? Just days before Professor Harebrine performed his public demonstration, Mr. Drebber abducted this model from Madame Tussauds. Did you say abducted? And 2 days after the incident of the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum. Then the timing. Is this true, Mr. Drebber? At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Drebber would have stolen the waxwork and then given it back again. But now, the reason is clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Asvan. Oh jeez. Surely there were gonna be like better ways to do that, right? Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? I'm kind of surprised. I mean, they probably could have done the same thing with straw models or just welded like something. I don't know. Did you have to like commit another crime while you're doing this crime that will leave tracks? That the witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist. That he did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner on a public stage in front of the vast audience. And that, to effect the deception, he used a waxwork model that in no way resembles the victim. Are we really to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide? Wait! Yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible. My lord! I need to speak, if you please. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement. Well, submission examination time, let's go. Very good. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your pleadings for the court to be down.
Yuzai.
Yuzai.
Yuzai. Yuzai.
Yuzai.
Yuzai.
Yuzai. Well, I was wondering when you'd do this. I didn't do it in the first part of the trial, so here we go. So, as indicated by the foreman, the jury has reached a consensus. I knew that was going to happen. We shall get through this, Mr. Naruto, as we always do. And uncover some new truths along the way, I'm quite sure. Yes, I agree. I'm going to have to appeal to the jurors as usual and see if I can persuade them to change their minds. The defense will now embark on a submission examination. Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord. Very well. In that case, I ask you to now state clearly for all present here the grounds on which each of you have decided the defendant is guilty of the crime of which he is charged. I didn't hear the magician's voice. Oops. Oh, why are you going first? I've known the woman for years. She'd never been accomplished to anything. It's utter nonsense to think that those two could ever be conniving with one another. Oh dear, this is most troubling. But surely the waxwork the man stole is nothing to do with the coroner, is it? I have my own problems with the members of the police. I do not trust them much. Oh, well that's who to pit against. I've seen no rigorous proof that this waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture. Accusing someone without evidence is not a proper job, is it? I won't have it. Somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinions. Given that its face is obscured and its built in no way resemble that of the victim, I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting it as Mr. Asman's body double. Yes, that applause is deafening, and yes, I know it's extraordinary. But that's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruto? I can't explain why at the moment, but I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used, why it has to do with this model. Really? The reason why nothing else would do, you mean? Yes, and I'm convinced. It's something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim. Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs. Yes, I agree. I have to find a way out of this. If you are ready, counsel, you may proceed with the summation examination. Yes, my lord. He doesn't even ask me at this point. He just knows I'm gonna do it. Hehe, look at Jinosuke. Funnily enough, you're the first. This case is really turning everything on its head, huh? The order of things seems to have changed around here for some reason. I'm a copper, lad. the copper's discretion to bend the rules sometimes when he needs us. Oh dear, not in this climate! What's wrong with that? And don't pull out a gun after you say that! Where do I start? I've been working at the yard for 40 odd years. That's even more than I thought. They've only had a metropolitan police service in town for 70 years, you know. Of course, times have changed. The public didn't trust the coppers back when it started. It was rough. We had to fight crime, and we had to fight to win the public's trust as well. And win we did. Biggest mistake. Forensic science was in its infamy too, even more than it is now. And she spearheaded the revolution. Oh no. Dr. C came in. That's right. About 10 years ago now it was, when I was still a youngish Bobby at the beat. That's when she started making the name for herself as a top-class coroner. And now look at her, head of the forensics investigation team, and a woman. The last part wasn't necessary. Well, you won't hear me complain. That's what we all dreamt of back then, I tell you. Could you tell me without holding that gun in the air? We were all out to uphold justice, lad. Full on vim, we were. Full of vim. That's coming across loud and clear. But we've only just started to understand this case. What are you reading there, sir? A man behind those murders of Solar Pond Street was caught in 2 days flat. That's real policing for you. That's really not relevant to the case, is it? You're wrong there. Because it was Dr. Seath in charge of examining the bodies. And it was evidence arising from her work that led to the arrest of the scoundrel responsible. Oh. That's right. Oh, that woman is at the forefront of this country's fight against crime. The idea that she's somehow involved in this murky business is a load of old tosh. I thought it was up to me to press their jurors, not the other way around. Why would you assume that? Well, quite simply because that unsettling swindler has no relationship with a woman, does he? True, as it stands, you don't know of any connection. Ah, gosh! But it would be delightfully romantic if they were somehow to have a mutual interest in the waxwork. Hey, Sinkabas! Hey, yo, grabbing you, Sinkaba. Yeah, this is my usual time for streaming, unfortunately. This is the only time it's quiet around the house. So this is the only time I can stream. Oh shit, I read this before. Romantic? A woman of society such as myself views everything in terms of relationship, you know. Well, you learn something new every day, even if you don't want to. One might wonder about a possible relationship between the defendant and this coroner woman. Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor. No! That man is mine! Do not fucking touch! He is mine! Nice Mio, thank you so much! I will say this game has properly trained me. Well, I won't say properly, but started training me about some voice acting. This woman may be more astute than I have been giving her credit for. If that's the woman's stance, then perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Seed would be enough? The prosecutor is mine. He is hot as well as his apprentice, so they are mine. As soon as we have even a whiff of a connection, she'll be first to know. What sort of problems? Let's just say we have some run into each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing on the street. Right, I see. Obviously, artists such as myself cannot play on stage as we work in close proximity with our audience. So, we perform our great magic on parts on street corners and the like. But the police use any excuse to make our lives difficult. Oh, sir, put that down! He doesn't have a chin! I'm laughing, his fucking portrait doesn't have a chin! You have something to say in response to that, Mr. Uttermole. Oh, you're calling a mass murderer! Ah, sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him. I don't look anything like that man! You want to be locked up, Sonny! Thanks, Mr. Sholmes. Perhaps we could move on. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what your number 3 just said. And clearly you do. Back in my day, back in the good old days, it wasn't like this. What was it like, sir? We worked our fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust we did. And by Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then. Respected you? No one would have called a coroner into question in them days. A coroner's report was the hallmark of an investigation done right. Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put her names on it. Ooh, that's not her name. She... Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens? Ah, sorry. Got a bit carried away there. Stevens is Dr. Seat's maiden name. Singkamas, if you're still here, this man is mine. No one touchy, he is mine. Her maiden name, so that was before she wasn't married. Of course, yes, Salome. It's Seat now, isn't it? Alright. Stevens. I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently. No, he's not married! He isn't married! That's why I want him. He isn't married. He isn't in a relationship. Anyway, point is, there are the great days of policing. Now. Not like now. Sorry to interrupt, sir. But, do you think you can change your statement to include that name? Well, yes, I don't see why not. Pretty even back then knew her, of course, a legendary Connor. What did the file say about her? Nah, it's only this. It's only that, like, last name, okay? What do you have to say for yourself? She was legendary, was she? What did you say? That woman is still the best coroner in the land. Head of the forensics investigation team. Legendary was your description, sir, not mine. Rubbish! Those words never passed my lips. I've never described anyone that way, ever. Not if they were still in the game. Can someone defend me here? Everyone else heard that, right? Can the judge, the prosecution, anyone defend me here? I'm being bullied. I think the point you're trying to make is that Dr. Seath is an extremely talented coroner. Would that be correct? Would that be fair? Oh, would. And it weren't for the fact that you're trying to drag that legendary woman's reputation for the mud. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that legendary. Do we have anyone else last name Steven? That for sure isn't. Strongheart, Eyesman, Van Ziegs, Masked Disciple, Masked Man, Hairbrain, Lestrade, Gregson, Tuspels, Loon, Boy, Seath, and Drebber. No! But you claim the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick. But what fucking voice do I get? I was too used to going deep. I remember giving him a rather high voice. And I did, but there's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, is there? Sorry? I grant you, given that this cage appeared from amidst an explosion, there'd have been no need to use a real person. But if waxwork had been used, the culprit would at least have had a decency to make it look like the victim. I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency. I mean... Point is, if you're going to make a claim about that waxwork being inside the birdcage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, it is not science. I suppose I should expect nothing less than a logical argument from a fellow Royal Society. But that perhaps means his mind would be changed if he managed to present suitable evidence. Evidence that Professor Waxwork was inside a birdcage. I'm gonna say, but I do. Have evidence. Actually, I have something I'd like you to see, sir. Oh? I'm a swine, and I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats. So, given your jet black outfit, I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation here. I'm wearing blue. So you don't trust anyone in black. Looking in the mirror must be very tiring. I do have some evidence that proves the waxwork inside the birdcage, namely this, right? What's that? It's a piece of glass, though it's unusually thick of glass. Yes, it was a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket of the waxwork. As you say, it's no ordinary glass though. It's very thick and clearly made for extra strength. Much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower. Crystal Tower! Holy smoke! Exactly, the centerpiece of the Great Exhibition, where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through the window of that special glass. From whence the small piece originated, is that it? Precisely. So, what do you say? Now that a clear evidence in support of the assertion has been placed before you. Well, as I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when originating a sound, it's fair to say color shouldn't come into it. Oh my god, somebody who's not racist. I'm so glad I found one. In light of what you've shown me here, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter. In that case, juror number 4, you will amend your statement now, please. What? So that wasn't... The presence of the... leaves me little doubt. Okay, so why aren't you changing? Thank you for your reconsideration. For reconsidering your position, sir. Your words are misplaced, boy. My opinion is governed by logic and science, and nothing else. Yes, science is where you should direct your words of gratitude. What's the matter with you? Too good to say some words of thanks to the mother of all academic subjects. What is it about scientists, honestly? Is someone without right evidence or is not a proper job as a however? I've got to ask, why have you brought that cord into court with you? She's hungry, okay? And so am I. Oh, the cop. He's been going back in the farm. Picked him off on the way to town. He's a proper nibbler, he is? Yes, the nibbling seems to be taking quite a while. Maybe it should wait until after the trial? Oh, I don't want to solve that. You need callers at times like these. Whenever I'm somewhat picked to the side, the colonel always points me in the right direction, see? You're talking about your cob of cord? Nibble, nubble, guilty, bubble, nibble, not guilty, bubble. Nibble, nubble, guilty, bubble, get a bit about. Nibble, guilty, okay? Enough! Enough! Perhaps it's akin to fortune telling with flower petals like people do back at home. So Professor Hairbrain's fate is to be decided by a cob of corn. Could you not at least wait until you've had more time to find the truth before deciding on the defendant's guilt? Ooh, I don't know about that. Midterm's awfully full already. Amazing. Ryu. I know it seems a little far-fetched to think that the birdcage waxwork model of the professor was in the birdcage, but on the other hand, it explains a lot. If there really is a reason why the particular waxwork had to be used as Mr. Aspen's double, we must do everything we can to make the jurors understand it. The truth is, I'm sure there's a key to this, but it's the most puzzling part of it all. In that case, you should see the additional information you glean when trying to gain the juror's mind. And you can read up plus using Rice Scacker, Mr. Nutter. I'm sure you can do that. Right. Yes. What? Okay. Dr. Nonsense is that those two will be finding. Oh dear, it's most troubling, but surely the waxwork romance has nothing to do with the coroner, is it? Yeah. Wait, is that the first one? Wait. Oh no, that doesn't. It's about the waxwork. Surely the waxwork the man sold had nothing to do with the coroner. That's true. It has nothing to do with the coroner. Listen, I don't trust him much. This is a piece of a little doubt. The waxwork was indeed inside the bird cage. Okay, let's throw one in the dark. Let's pet this guy with this one. Because you know, he hates cops and there's a cop right here. It makes perfect sense to me. Those two statements are fundamentally at odds with one another. Well, Mr. Foreman, no. There's just one new Harlow Shelter's bedroom position by the looks. Should I press him again? He didn't really finish it. Press you again. You didn't really finish your statement. What sort of problems? Let's just say everyone in the streets, right? We see. Obviously, the artists cannot appear to stage, in audience, in parks, and such like. And the police are making around typical. Sometimes they even cook up starts, extort monies from the poor. Well, that's definitely not right. Yes, and it is why I say that if you trust the police, you will have trouble. But here you are, claiming this wagon model was stolen to start an illusionary spectacular. The idea is so wild, I think I will make my chances and believe the authorities on this occasion. Oh. Our own police force in Tokyo is not even 20 years old, is it? Perhaps we should view what's happened here in London as a measure of what may happen at home. Yes, like Scotland yardstick. I wonder how policemen would feel listening. Already checked that. Yeah! Wait. This is hard. Other nonsense and things that those two would conniving with each other. Can you say what was your statement again? But we've only just started understanding case. Wrong here because it was Dr. C in charge of these bodies and evidence arising from arrest the scoundrel responsible. Oh, that's right. Oh, okay. I feel like this is a throwaway statement because he's fighting me on it. Of course, a legendary coroner. Oh, I have have an idea how to connect it, but I'm not sure if it's a pit or a present solution. Let's try pit first. Okay, there it is. Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious! To whose statement do you prefer, counsel? So, juror number 2. Oh gosh, me? What can I do for you? I presume that you have heard what juror number 6 said in his statement. And whoop. It's brought to light the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. C, which in turn has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before. Well, naturally, as a woman of society, I find such connections and relationships irresistible. But, oh golly, I'm afraid I failed to see what you mean. Dr. Seat's maiden name is Stevens. And through that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. The defense has evidence to prove it. Oh my gosh! Evidence? You say? How utterly enthralling! Counsel, the court cannot overlook the last remark. I very much hope there is sustenance to your claim! Of course, my lord. I would ask the court to look at this. The evidence that clearly links Dr. C to the mass murder of the professor. Yeah, this one. I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago. A 10-year-old autopsy report? What relevance does it have? It is, of course, from the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the Professor. But the man has a capital offender, so... That's right. This is the certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives few details. But what's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens. Oh my! Courtney Stevens? Dracolite! It appears that the professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. C 10 years ago. And a few days ago, Mr. Drebber very deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor from Madame Tuspel's. A waxwork that doesn't in fact resemble the victim, Mr. Assman, at all. And do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events? Absolutely, I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the professor's case is at the heart of a link. What? Is at the heart of a link that we have yet to uncover between Dr. Courtney Seath and Mr. Enoch Drebber. Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. That is almost extraordinary. We're surely obliged now to explore this further. Okay, we got one. Quite right. We can't let this trial come to an end now. Really? That's what it takes to convince you? I barely talked to you there. Not while there's cloud of suspicion hanging over the yard's best coroner. It wasn't like this in a day, but we're still there to uphold the justice in the end. Yeah, I'm just leaning back and I had to move my mic with me! It's the professor! That was linked to frightful swindler in the coroner. There's coroners under suspicion. We're not done here yet, are we? Clearly. Dr. Nonsense thinking that those two would ever be conniving with each other. What evidence? He's not a proper job, is he? He won't have it. Oh, yeah, I didn't get this to them. Right? Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious! To whose statement do you refer, counsel? If you could put down your porn for a moment, juror number 5. What you mean? You mean me? You pointed out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence. But the accusation that the waxwork model was inside the second birdcage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence, as the defense demonstrated to the jurors sitting beside you. Ooh, stop, Bob. Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument? I don't understand much besides calling a cop, to be honest. Of course you don't. If I could interject here? Please do, sir. Now that this assertion of yours about the waxwork has been backed up with some solid evidence, it would be wrong of me, as a man of science, not to pursue the matter further. Why did you just do that to begin with? Oh, well, you do that. Sorry? If the spraying gentleman says he's right, then he must be. See? I wouldn't dream of going against Colonel Cobb or anyone who's got stuff in between their ears. I thought it was gonna hit him with a cord. Oh, there we go. Success! If you could call it that. Thank you, counsel. That will do. As a result of the submission examination, the jury's overall leaning has changed. 2 jurors now called guilty against 4 who called not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach the consensus at this time, and the trial must continue. We did it! Oh, well done, Mr. Naruto. Another wonderful victory. Yeah, Ben Six, anything to say? The waxwork of the indespicable professor, used as a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I must say, it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true. However, it would appear that it does at least warrant further investigation. It's the waxwork of the professor that links Mr. Drebber and Dr. C. And I'm convinced that there's a special significance to that link. I don't know what you're hoping for, lab. I really don't. The truth, sir, by using evidence and testimony. How? If the court is to delve deeper into this alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case, then the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness. No, I forgot how to do my French accent. Don't bring her back. The owner, Madame Tuspos. I really thought that Lord Van Six would object to this whole line of inquiry. I mean, I guess he's just curious and he's in for the showdown. Very well, I concur. Make arrangements for Madame Tuspos to appear as a witness with immediate effect. Listen carefully, my learned friend. Oh, yes? You should know that you're on the blink of opening Pandora's box. Not blink, brink. Fuck. That you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box. The court shall now adjourn for 45 minutes. During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witness and prepare her for taking the stand. Madame Tuspos, yes, I shall see to it at once, my lord. Just her? I thought we were bringing in the coroner as well. Okay, it's only been 2 hours. I feel like we can do this. We can do another one to be continued. And I'm assuming the next one is the last because what is this? This was part 3. So the next one would be part 4. Yeah, we can do this. We can finish this here. Don't make jokes. It takes 6 hours to finish the last part. The Knight Tyrant himself. Oh, you've been watching from the gallery, Mr. Jones. I've been on edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs, as a spectator, at least. I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself. I have to ask. What on earth is going on? It makes no sense! What's this professor business all about? It doesn't look like any professor I've ever met before. Who even is he? Ah, of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago. Yes, the professor. When discovered he was the one who had been abducted, I sensed a foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster would be knocking at your door? My heart felt sympathies. As it turns out, Lord Venzix is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realize, isn't he? No! Alright, I forgot we're picking up his trauma as well. Oh no! Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dock. And now, a waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. Oh, I'm so sorry, Venzix. I didn't. Oh. I imagine even a shrewd Ripper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. Oh no! I feel so bad! An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow. To throw that in front of the man. I'm so sorry! That completely slipped my mind. You make it so deliberate. I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling. Oh yes? Oh yes? Oh, a little bit of Shakespeare has a part. On what particular manner? Well, there's Mr. Drubber, Dr. Sight, and Lord Van Zeeks. It seems that everybody in the trial has a link to that case somehow. Yes. In fact, I, alone, am not a member of that set. Good on you! Though that leaves me as an empty set, all alone with no intersection to any other. I'm assuming this is Gregson again. Excuse me. Oh shit! Nope, wrong one! Excuse me. Dr. Seeth! Ah, Dr. Courtney Seeth. Hey, students. Good day to you. Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you. What in particular, pray? You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you? Why would you assume such a thing? Because Gregson told me. I mean... To think, it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory wielding my scalpel. I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant. A policeman and a jury had a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. C. And I've accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened. That certainly won't be possible. Hi, Darth! Oh my god, Darth. There are two prosecutors and they're both hot. I'm dying. Lord Van Zeeks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Lord Strongheart? The Pandora's box you were warned about is the professor's case. But please, don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it from me. Hi, Sukamasa, you're still here. But attempting to hide from the truth, that's cowardice. I've always fought crime in the way that I see fit. I have no regrets, none at all. And that's all I came here to say. So, good day to you. That isn't saying you were innocent, though. She mentioned it too. This Pandora's box. There's two of them, Darth. There's two of them. does it all mean? There's really no cause for concern, I assure you, when the trial resumes. The meaning will become all too apparent, whether you'd liked it or not. Scary. Huh? Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits. I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much. Ah, yes, one word of warning before I go. If, in the course of this trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. He's doing weird poses and being a clown, but that is super serious. Alright, I understand. Thank you. Good. I shall make myself scarce then. Whee! I purchased a bar of caramel earlier, so I shall be gnawing on that as you gnaw away at the truth. What did that warning from Mr. Sholmes really mean, I wonder? Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass. Oh no, I'm scared! Ooh, I'm so tense. What is it? What is it? It's time for the final chapter then. You said that before this part too, Ryunosuke. Don't lie. I'm determined to find the truth. No matter what. Oh, Jesus Christ. I forgot I was there. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this trial of this court. Counsel for the defense and prosecutions, are you ready to and able to continue? I'm hungry. Can we have another 15-minute recess? The prosecution is ready, my lord. Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready. As the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet, we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectations. It seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord. So then... let us begin our exploration of... Fuck, that he was right though. They got me there. Let us begin the exploration of the defense assertion that the waxwork was cardinally involved in this matter. Lord Van Zix, my lord, are you still awaiting the arrival of Madame Tuspels? Not at all. She is in the antechamber as we speak, and ready to be summoned. Very well, bring in the witness. At once, my lord. Bailiff, show the Madame Tuspels to the stand. Things are about to get a lot more intense. If Drebber is responsible, and I'm sure he is, it means he must have an accomplice in Dr. Steve. And that connects the pair of them is the waxwork. Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between the otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present, it's all we have to go on. I would love it if she had an animation where she destroys that bust. State your name and occupation for the court, please. My name is Madame Esmeralda Tuspels. I am a waxwork artisan and the proprietress of Madame Tuspels' Museum of Waxwork. You will have to pardon me for walking Well, for working as I testify, my new exhibit must open very soon. Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Now, there are two of them in the world. I mean, with what Van Zig said, there are two Van Zigs in the world as well. He also has an accent. Oh my, what an expression she is carving into that... What expression is she carving into that face? Ah! I did it again, A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from a museum. Can you confirm this? Oui, that is true. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped. A waxwork model? Kidnapped? Yes, my lord. There was demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I have just been told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. Oh no. Okay, her stance on that, she looked like she was gonna fucking stab it. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim. At present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim in the case in question, Mr. Audi Asman. But of course, I know him well. He is a part of my odious personages exhibit. I detest to say that is evident, but Mr. Asman does not resemble the professor at all. Yes, but perhaps their faces are very similar. Are you suggesting that we should now... Wait, sorry, my nose is getting clogged. Now, the mask the visage of the professor? I have here the key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock. This is absurd. Pardon? Alright! Would Van Zix have known the professor's face? Would he have known the murderer of his brother's face? He was like confidential, right? Pardon? I don't know what face you've carved into your fancy figure beneath that mask. But clearly, it won't be that of the actual killer. What do you mean? Indeed. The man's identity was never made public after all. The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. Are we going to expose his face? The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closed-guarded national secret. National secret? I mean, Ryunosuke has experience with exposing those to the public, so... There is no possible way that repository of tawdry exhibits could get its hand on that information. Queldemort. It would seem you are unaware of the suspect's principles. Oh dear. What principles? The fact that they watched the execution in person. The Formerisa spell has always prided itself with sculpting its models à la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. It viola our principles. There is a well-known legend about the Tespals waxwork from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the Tespals family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed. Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now. I believe the queen's face was carved in minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine site. You are correct. The model is on display still today in the House of Horrors. The spells will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects. Dear me, a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose. It is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family's secret for generations. Do you mean to say that beneath that mask, the true visage of the killer is there? This is ludicrous. It's out of the question. The professor spreads terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the Medium 2 Spells special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer, emerging from his own grave, is a sight to behold. You should come. I think, madame, it would be beneficial to hear your false testimony. No! Unlock the key! Unlock it! Do it! Unlock it! Unlock it! You will explain every detail of this macabre model and your personal involvement in its creation. With pleasure. This special exhibition in the House of Horrors is based on the rumors that shocked society in London. An impression of visage was taken directly from the corpse in accordance to the Suspend's family principles. I enlisted the aid of the grave digger. Oh god, I can't. French is so hard for me. I don't know why. I just managed to barely scrape together British accents for Sherlock. They can't make me do this. And created a mold for the head of the cemetery just before the interment. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I would be discovered. The grave digger! You man sanctioned this? I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family is celebrated for. Nobody else knew, only that grave digger. And what harm did it do, huh? So you actually saw it? The face of that monster? Oh, I keep forgetting. Oh, I feel so bad for Van Zeeks. This is assuming he doesn't know who... Does he? Does he not know who killed his brother? Naturally, I was aware of at the time that his identity was a secret. But test spells should not be test spells if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures. I don't believe this. I myself have seen a special exhibition at your museum, madame. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave. The scene it depicts was a subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have it. Oh, why do you have it? I have a newspaper from the time. Yeah. The special exhibition was based upon the picture in this article. Asman? Why is his signature there? Did he draw it or something? It was the most detailed account of what happened as reported by the eyewitness who saw it. Why is this... He was a reporter? Man rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words. The public enjoyed absurdity, monsieur. That is why I have reproduced the disease as carefully as possible in my museum. And it's a waxwork from the exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it? Let me see that. Why? Why is his signature here? Like, is he the artist or something? That is correct. The professor you see before you here. Most puzzling. Can you unlock the cage? Council would advance to proceed with the crossing. Unlock the fucking cage! What a mess! This waxwork links Drebber to Dr. Seath. And there has to be some reason for that, which hasn't yet come to light. But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Seath and Drebber were in one described together. We're on described together. Oh, my fucking nose! The war is based on rumors that shocked London. According to the successful family tradition, I enlisted the aid of a grave digger that mold from the head of the cemetery of interment. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a long time that night. The dawn. There isn't any consistencies here. Oh shit! Okay, press. And that rumor would be a century-old tale by now, but one that no Londoner would ever forget. Right. I know just what you're talking about, I think. Of course, it couldn't be anything else. Press, that story will never disappear. The tale of the condemned killer rising from the dead. That is the central attraction of my House of Horrors. The rumor was whispered all over the city, and it was like this. It was the Lowgate Cemetery, behind the prison, in the dead of night after the execution of the killer. The interred professor slid back the stone slab covering his tomb and emerged from his grave. A young man who witnessed this felt a scream welling up inside him. But an instant later, he heard an ear-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder. What? The bullet struck the emerging corpse, and he fell motionless once more. The screams finally found its way from the mouth of the one witness, who turned and ran for his life. The corpse climbed out of his own grave? And then somebody shot him? Who was it? Nobody knows, even today. But remember, it was just a rumor. Perhaps nothing more than a ghost story. The good people of London, they love stories like this. That is why it was in every newspaper across the capital. But was it just a story? I mean, this is exactly the scene that can be seen today at your museum, isn't it? Oui, the special exhibit was modeled on that very illustration. For a while afterwards, the contents of that article were reproduced in every newspaper imaginable. Madame, might I say something? Please, go ahead, mademoiselle. When something is described as a rumor, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's entirely made up. I believe that often, rumors contain elements of the truth. Ah, I see that people from the East can be just as astute as people of Europe. Hey, John! Hello! Can we be sure, for instance, that the professor's execution was successful? Oh wow, from the forest, you say? It is not possible for the dead to come back to life. Sorry? 10 years ago, I was there in Lowgate Cemetery. after the criminal known as the Professor was killed by hanging, I took a wax I took a wax impression of his visage from the corpse just before it was interred. So, I can assure you, the man was dead. Jesus, this is a heavy fucking statement. I see. Hmm. It would certainly appear that the condemned man suffered the intended fate. So one time we were talking about broken necks, which was the disciples' PTSD. Now we're literally having like Van Ziek's brother's killer here. I can only imagine the trauma that's bringing up. Is it true that every waxwork from your museum then? It is, assuming the subject is dead, of course. Live subjects have to cooperate in a similar way. I have letters from imprisoned criminals all the time, you know. What sort of letters? When my time comes, please make a waxwork of me. Come ka. No. My museum is famous, monsieur. To be made into a waxwork is an honor, and for some criminals, a symbol of status even. Because nothing says hardened criminal better than wax. And it is thanks to one killer in particular that my museum has gained such popularity in London. I refer to the star of the special exhibit, of course, the Professor, whose form you claim to have captured by taking an impression from the actual corpse. There are no exceptions to the principles of the Tespils. And that had to be like drummer, right? Surely that's illegal, isn't it? It would seem the proprietress of this repository of novelties was blinded by monetary greed. It has nothing to do with the money. The man is part of London's criminal history. That is why I had sculpted him. I sculpted him even. Fuck. God, why am I birthing so much for you, lady? The record his history is that the son d'etre of the Tespils Museum. But if the man was convicted in a closed court and sent for immediate execution, then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present know the killer's true identity. I assure you, behind that mask is hidden the true face of the Professor. Do you realize what you're saying? The Professor's identity is a national secret. I understand. And now that the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed, it must perhaps closed. Of course it will, as will your entire museum if you don't tread very carefully, madame. Jeremy! The prosecution is threatening a witness! That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think. Don't you? So, 10 years ago, on the night of the professor's execution, you took a wax impression of the face from the corpse. But how old are you again? You were 16 when you did that? What the fuck, lady? Uy, exactamente. I think that this is only for getting clues, right? Because there aren't any contradictions here. You were there longer than you expected to be. I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open and I had some problems with the teeth. Jesus. Dare I ask? The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing and consequently his chin would not align itself correctly. Oh dear, what a horrible thought. Under normal circumstances, I would have assisted with thee. However, that night I was alone, and as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time. What do you mean? When I take the impression of a visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death. Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant? It is because of rigor mortis. A rigor mortis? Ryanosuke, I'm going to fucking shake you. You've been in the court for like what is it, a year now? Or like you've been studying law for 8 years. Oh wait, no, not 8 years, 8 months. It's a name given to a phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours past death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And then, from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when the body is discovered. Well, that was an education, if a slightly scary one. It's your own fucking fault for not knowing it. As the Mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death and starts in the jaw. In the jaw. Maybe? Okay, I'm gonna be blamed for it. Oh no, my accent is so hard for Ryanosuke to understand. I see. So that's why you wait. Before that time, the mouth falls open and it is very difficult to do my work. It's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. Ryanosuke, almost every case you've taken is a murder case. Bruh. Oh, I wonder what that information in the court just her representables is significant. It's never a never. It's never a not significant. That information about rigor mortis that you just shared with us. Would you mind including it in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see. Of course, I do not mind at all. I can't help feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in this courtroom has become extremely grave. Susie, I love you. You're so cute. This is no time for jokes, Mrs. Sato. Fucking speak for yourself. Every quip you have is a joke or a wordplay or a pun. Madam, kindly amend your testimony as discussed. Bien sûr. It doesn't have a choice at this point. It's gonna be a special at homicidal trials. It was before the onset of rigor mortis. What does that help? What does that tell us? Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17 June. Okay, so he died at June. He was killed on midnight. He was hanged on midnight. Doesn't say here. Okay, this doesn't involve anything so far. Did she mention anything about time? Successful travel principles, enlisted the aid of the grave digger, and created a mold. Let's express this. Rigor mortis being the phenomenon you describe, whereby the corpse becomes stiff after death. I think you said that it starts at the jaw, about 3 hours post-death. Is that right? Uy, Ziska. I don't know how to say. I know how to say says. I don't know what that is. Ziska? Ziska. Kaka. Of course, the exact duration depends a little on the season. I didn't realize a waxwork artisan would be so well versed in the subject. No, that is only elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine. Well, I have no doubt about it. But maybe I won't admit my ignorance about forensic science. What's the harm now, Ryunosuke? You don't even know what rigor mortis is. So I'm pretty sure they have little to no hope in you knowing anything about forensic science. I could ask my father to give you a very simple primer if you like. I think corpses should be your own. I think corpses should be your domain. I'm not good with them. Oh dear, I'll do my very best. Wait. Wait a minute, what? Dawn? Dawn? This says that he was dead by 7. Okay, let's press it. You say that dawn was approaching. What was the time of day then, approximately? Well, I could not say. But when I left the cemetery with my utensils and wax, the morning light had become invisible. The execution took place on 17th June, which had the earliest sunrise of that year. Wow! Fucking convenient! Indeed it did! First light had been around 4:40 in the morning. Huh. Wait, what? What? Am I reading this upside down again? She said it. Well, either. Okay, I don't know how to put my confusion to words. That really is early. The fact is, I had very little time, so I finished my work in half an hour. It was necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before daybreak, of course. If nobody had discovered me there, it would have been if somebody had discovered me there, it would have been a catastrophe, so I had to hurry. Is it me, or does Mr. Sholmes does Mr. Sholmes seem to be taking shape more quickly now, too? I certainly appear to be extraordinary lengths to your work, madam. I wonder, is what you just particularly significant? It always is. You never know. Madam, those details about how long it took you to complete the structure at that early sunrise, could you include it to your testimony? I believe they may be significant. Of course, if you would like me to. You're quite right, Mr. Naruhodo. It is intriguing. The sunrise at 4 in the morning would be absolutely unimaginable at home, wouldn't it? That's not quite what I meant by significant. Kindly amend your formal testimony then, madam. With pleasure, my lord. I heard... Do you have reason to believe you might be discovered once the sun came up or something? I had busy gravedigger buddy to keep the little secret, of course. But with the morning light, I knew that the warden from the prison would commence his patrol of the area. Couldn't you just paid off the warden too then? I had already paid the gravedigger, as I see. Why is their voice going slightly more gremlin-y? You cannot buy the silence of everyone, or the secret is no longer a secret, huh? The sunrise was at 4:40 a.m. that day, which means that it would have been around 4 when you began your sculpting work. But she said it was before the onset of rigor mortis, so there's a whole lot of hours there. Oy, that would be correct. That would be when the gravedigger gave me the signal to come out of hiding. What are your feelings, Mr. Nair? For some reason, Dr. Sen went along with Rubber's plan. Now, if that's really true, then the professor is the only thing we know of that links the pair of them. So, I feel sure that waxwork must be a clue to this mystery somehow. In that case, we must use this cross-examination to uncover everything that it means. Otherwise, the jurors are sure to revert their leanings and trial will be over. I agree, but interestingly, uncovering the professor has to do with all this means more. Aww, so he really didn't see his face. Aww, poor Van Ziggs. Uncovering what the professor has to do with all of this means more to Lord Van Ziggs than anyone. That's the impression I'm getting. I'm so sorry, Van Ziggs. Yes, as do I. After all, he has a profound connection to the professor as well. I'm sorry, Van Ziggs. Okay, let me just... no, let's see with the statement. Yeah, this one, it was onset of rigor mortis. Half an hour from sunrise. Is it this case then? Let's see. Because we know for a fact they're saying that he died at... He was hanged at midnight. So she would have started sculpting at 4 a.m. I think it's this one. Let's try. Nope. At last 8 minutes, move on to the evidence. Nope, it's the other one. No. No, it's this one. Wait, this one? The investigator can remove from the head from the center before the an impression of the messages in the road. It's literally just this too. There it goes. It was in that case. Okay. Madame Tussles. I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows. And is that a problem? I believe it is, because your testimony and a particular detail in this report completely contradicts one another. No, he's really sad because they said that before his brother died, he was a very kind and gentlemanly guy. But then someone killed his brother, the professor, the one we're talking about right now, and he changed into being like this, a racist. I'm kidding. Cool. Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend? According to her testimony, Madame Tussles was creating her wax impression just before dawn. And at the time, rigor mortis has yet to set in. Am I correct so far, Madame? You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis, 2 or 3 hours after death. But the man's skin was limp, so he cannot have been dead for a long time. But, on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Seed's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th June. No. If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then, by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis should have already have set in. Oh, oi! Yes, you're right. The chin, it would have been completely stiff. In other words, this report is wrong. No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd. In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time. Impossible! I said I'm... Order! Counsel! This is beyond folly. Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. Scythe, but you also implicate members of the staff at Barclay Prison where the execution took place. By heck! Extraordinary! Not in my day! My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial part. What fact? The professor died that night without question. Really now? He did! Of course he did! I moved the man's lip jaw with my own... oh shit. I didn't get the accent. Oops, sorry, she lost her accent. Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows? Didn't die at... Are you insane? What exactly are you suggesting could happen in that case? It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link between Dr. Seath, the professor, and the one other person of interest. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night. Counsel, is that evidence at once? The evidence that allegedly explains what exactly happened the night of the professor execution. I actually have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. What evidence? Is it a newspaper? What? There on the neck of the vaccine was a German special exhibit. When the lenses stand, a dark stain visible in the bellows. Is it a newspaper? Okay, this is right. What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery. You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now? Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again. Don't be a fool. That's simply a rumor published by the gutter press. Can you be certain of that? Are you serious? I feel like there's a different tone I have to use here, but that one made fun. That was fun. The point is, as the article says, there was a witness at that to what happened. My word, yes indeed. Oi! The young man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night. Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself, but obviously the man made it all up. And in any case, this was 10 years ago now. There could surely be no hope of finding him. On the contrary, my lord, we all know who this witness is. Oh, this witness as well. Fuck! What? Are you suggesting, Counsel, that you've identified the person in question? That you know who claims to have seen these utterly incredible events take place? Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say that he's right here before my very eyes. You will substantiate your latest claim, then, Counsel. Who is the alleged witness of the staggering scene from the cemetery 10 years ago? It's the The man in question is Mr. Enoch Drebber. Drebber? The previous witness? The special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork recreates the decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and besides the two, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon a terrifying sight. And the young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Drebber. Oh, she's so cute. Order! 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 Oh shit, that hurt my throat. That hurt my throat. Surely not, Counsel. Drebber was there in Lowgate Cemetery. What is all this talk about, Mr. Drebber? Is that thing significant? Of course, Madame Tuspel doesn't know, does she? Yes, It's extremely significant, madame. To your situation as well, in fact. What situation? The theft of the Professor Waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man. No! But that would mean... Madame Tusples. It would appear you know the name Enoch Trevor. Oy, yes, I knew it. But from long ago in the past. What? Oh my! Good gracious! Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know. Yes, yes, of course. The story of the young man on the cerebral site he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed. That is, apart from in one newspaper. The Daily Circus is the paper from which comes the article I have already showed the court. You're saying that his full name was only publicized in that article? Goodness me, yes, here it is. The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Trevor, a disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorm. Unbelievable! When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit for my house of horrors, whether it was the truth or not. I see. So, you went to meet Mr. Trevor in order to sculpt a waxwork of the man, did you? Exactamente. He was studying science at the University of London in those years. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the artwork, waxwork. And since that time, it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery. Okay. What now? So, 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he'd witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death, re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today. Even though the waxwork's build is a poor match for the victim, and its face is obscured by a mask. So, the question is, why would that man do such a thing? Which brings us to 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. If the birdcage had in fact contained not a body of Mr. Asman, but the same waxwork, the coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated, Dr. Seath, would have noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court has seen earlier. Why? Because the waxwork was that of the professor. Is that what you're saying? Dr. Seed put her name to a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Trevor. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as a body double. Ugh! I'm imagining the guy next to him is like, bitch, calm down, jeez, what are you, shot? My lord, this court must summon Dr. Seath to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected. Are we allowed to, though? But according to the missive I received this morning from the prosecutor's office, Dr. Seath is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case? She told us herself, didn't she? Lord Van Zix won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Lord Strongheart? The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case. But please, don't make the mistake of thinking that you'll get any information about it out of me. Oh my god, is Van Zix gonna go against Strongheart's orders? Because he wants to know the case with the Professor as well? Something happened in that night of the killer's execution 10 years ago. And surely, nobody would want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Van Zix. Yeah? Oh. The prosecution calls for the instruction in that missive to be scrapped. But Lord Van Zix, the missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice's office. The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial. In other words, me. Yes! Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. C both take the stand together. Order! Very well, I will uphold your request. Bailiff, send a subpoena with immediate effect addressed to Dr. Seath of the Forensics Investigation. The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders. Alright then, Enoch Drebber and Dr. Seath. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime could never have been committed. It's just a stone throws away. I can feel it. The truth behind all of this is about to come out. Oh no! I hope we're giving him the closure. Oh my god, why are you still here? Thank you for your attendance at such short notice, Dr. Seath. I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zix. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. Oh no, I'm kind of scared now because this is putting Van Zix in danger. Like, the only thing higher than him at the moment is what's his name? Strongheart, and he's directly going against Strongheart's orders. I'm so scared for him, but also, yes, bitch, keep going. If there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt. Mr. Drebber, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. And Dr. C, as the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime. And where's your evidence? At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue. What are you talking about? I'm talking about, of course, the waxwork. This model of the killer known as the Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago. You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the mass execution with my own eyes and officially pronounced him dead. I'm just fucking laughing at the fucking Sherlock bust here. That remains to be seen. Is that so? According to the newspaper report from the time, on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life. Don't waste my time. And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it? If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Seeds. A secret so profound that would compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil schemes, in fact. Mr. Drebber, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery. So he was a student who saw it. You can see the resemblance actually, can't you, with the man in Madame Tespel's, I mean. Surely it's not some claim you can really that he saw, especially not after all these years. He was a research student at the University of London, was he? And a bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me. What an interesting twist. When, at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet now, here we are, 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters. And in a court of law, too. Very well, then, if everyone so wishes. Let's be frank. I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth. Oh no, the albinos are talking about shit with their mental telekinesis. Your testimony, please, about the events that happened 10 years ago! You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery. Yes, of course. As you wish. The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say. Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But looking back now, I realized that I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was invited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. Oh! I know, right? Everyone here is amazingly designed, and also hi, and the character designs here are so good. Some of them are so sexy. Oh, that makes sense then. That's the reason. Because Asman ruined his future of being a scientist. I don't know if it was this or something, but apparently the team would sometimes get drunk, and then they'd pour their ideas. If I remember correctly, one of the writers wrote an entire scenario while drunk, and I can only assume that something of this that sometimes maybe the character artist too likes to get a little drunk. Wait a minute. You're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now? Of course, but you have to have a screw loose if you believe a corpse could come back from the dead. But, so you're saying this article is not worth the paper it's printed on? I think that would describe it perfectly, yes. Ah! If the details of this article aren't true, it nullifies your argument for why Mr. Drebber and Dr. Seed would be working together. So, he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument. Ah man, I feel like someone else did that, huh? Someone with the name of Hair and Brain in their name? Tell me, witness. You claim to have been in the cemetery in some auxiliary business. Could you elaborate? That's right, grave robbing to be precise. As you know, Logate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So, among students at the university, it had a reputation for being haunted by ghosts of condemned victims. Grave robbing, you say? Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead. What? So you were one of the so-called resurrectionists, a particularly unpleasant scourge of this society. Actually, my fellow and I went by another name, the Repurposers. That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir. Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. His hand is so close to her face. Oh no! She's gonna cut it off. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with a bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. I see. Out of interest, who drew the illustration of this article? Ah, yes, that was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene. Ah, so he was a reporter before. Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I'd done, claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish, very foolish. Well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed with the cross-examination. I know where to present it because we saw the fucking signature. At once, my lord. But let's see, we might get more clues. By moonlighting, you mean grave robbing, do you? Surely, you only need to look at the graveyard scene and my appearance to gauge the answer to that. Ah, why are you still here? Put that Sherlock thing. There's such a big gap between them because of where she has to put the Sherlock bus. It's so funny. The lantern and spade. But who on earth would want to buy a dead body? Any major hospital. A hospital? In order to better understand the human body, the study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. But there isn't a hospital in the world that has enough specimens to work with. Though obviously, they can openly express an interest in obtaining more by dubious means. As aspired scientists, we were young research students. We had no money to work with, and I'm sure you can imagine. So, we made super surreptitious arrangements with a hospital via some of our medical student acquaintances. We would never take anything of value from the graves. This was all for the furtherance of science, you see. That's what we all told ourselves every time we stole into the graveyard at night, spade in hand. You realize body snatching is a serious crime. If you were caught, you would expect the gravest of consequences. We students were caught between the hammer and the anvil. We needed funds for research. Professor Harebrain said exactly the same. I am quite speechless at the apparent levity with which you've revealed this abhorrent behavior. Well, if you want to know why I was there at Flowgate Cemetery, that's the reason. But I never expected to end it the way it did. That I regret to this day. Space on what I witnessed. The strange happenings at Flowgate Cemetery, which you now deny. Not entirely. I ran to fetch the police at the time, you know. I was shaking like a leaf. But they didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I was very nearly arrested myself. So you went to the papers instead. I started big with the London News, but surprisingly, they didn't want to know either. In the end, though, it was a reporter from the gossip rags, the gutter press, that came to get my story. And it spread like a plague through the capital as gossip-hungry Londoners lapped up the tale. The story was in every single paper at the time, with the exception of some broadsheets. And yet, only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. Most of the accounts turned out to be very interpretive ghost stories. What about this article in the Daily Circus? That particular journalist found me at my dormitory. I don't know how, but he discovered my name. So I recounted to him exactly what had happened that night. And from your description, he drew this illustration? Precisely. That's how I learned that the condemned man was the infamous professor. Because the reporter told me so. I had no idea myself, you see. Newspaper reporters are wont to snoop around in matters that don't concern them. So, the scene portrayed in the illustration is accurate then? Well... This one's damning. What are you talking about? Why are scientists all like this? I think I explained already, didn't I? Flowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So it was renowned among us students at the university for being haunted by the ghost of condemned victims. For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night. And as a result, only to willingly believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life. But you said you actually saw it. I said what I'd seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is impossible, is it not? Isn't it? You'd have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night. I don't know. Is there any material evidence that could show he really did see the professor? If you have anything at all, Mr. Naruhodo, I know. You need to present it against that irritatingly backtracking statement of his. The point is, that night was a pivotal moment in my life. Did he have... fuck. This is the wrong one. Did he have the camera? Even then, yeah, he had the camera. But then again, was it really the camera though? That young woman being Madame Tusples, of course. Precisely. I must say, I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later. As I have explained, I went by the name published in the article and from that I found the man. Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said. I was a poor student with barely a penny to his name at the time. And that young lady put £5 in front of me. So, you readily consented to having a waxwork of yourself made and gave permission for it to be put on display. I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded. Ah, uy, I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day. The zipper? Did you? I can't say I remember. What was that, madame? What was it, madame? His camera. Ah. Oh, yes. I made a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion into any cemetery. You took a camera with you, sir? To what end? To record the details of the body I disinterred. But I had no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again after that night, so I sold it. Oh, I see. But I still have it, monsieur. It is part of the special exhibit by House of Horrors. I am very meticulous of such details. This is the suspect's way. And it was seen that this is the very camera Mr. Drebber took to him at Lowgate Cemetery at that night in question. Yes, interesting. Oh. That was what I was waiting for. Then I gave up my dream to become a scientist, all because of issues with body. I can find out too now. But the fact that the camera was updated, I'm assuming that's what we have to go through. This article, I mean, published in the Daily Circus. Yes, somebody informed the dean that it was my name that appeared in the article, and carelessly let slip that night after night I was digging up graves. Hardly a model student, you might say. The university's reputation was execrably defiled, and I was expelled as a result. Mon Dieu, I had no idea. And having been run out of university, you found employment in somewhat specialist trade. You combined your knowledge of science with the knowledge of stage magic to create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never-before-seen technology. And you used those deceptive machines to trick the government and private investors into giving you money. Professor Albert Harebrained was just your latest victim, wasn't he? Whatever are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort. What was that? What's Trevor up to? Why would he suddenly change his tune and recant his claim? I wonder if perhaps it's because his circumstances have changed now. What circumstances? Well, if he had missed having seen the professor emerging alive from his grave 10 years ago, it will expose a secret in Dr. Seed's past that she would desperately want to hide. Yes, of course. If Trevor and Dr. Seeds are working together now, then if Trevor were to betray her, there would be no reason for her to continue to cooperate. In that case, there's only one way around it. I'll have to prove he really did see it. Prove he really did see the professor's corpse coming back from the dead as he originally claimed. Yes, Mr. Narada, exactly. Is it now? So... that statement doesn't actually say anything that connects him, but let's present the camera there. Wherever are you? No. 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 That wasn't it. Then I gave up on becoming a scientist. And it was all because of that newspaper article. I can represent the paper here. Yep. Same old table. I don't think I actually saw the professor at all though. Wait, do I have to re-examine the camera? God damn it, Rinosuke. No, but it's already logged in to have like a dark stain there. What do we have? Surely this doesn't work because it presented that like things twice already. There's no way it's gonna be this, right? If it is, I'm gonna be so mad. Ouch my butt. Ouch my butt. Ah! Sorry, I'm falling out of my chair. I'm on the edge of my seat, just like Mr. Sholmes. Oh? Okay, no, it's not. No, I'm sorry. I misclicked. Didn't miss anything? What did I fucking say? I was gonna be so fucking mad that they used that very same piece of evidence like twice while going through all of the fucking statements, and that's still the answer. Oh, goddamn game. And yeah, his hands are very cool. I'm very into that kind of aesthetics with the gears. Ha, was surprised. I would have been surprised. Sorry, Mr. Drebber, but I don't believe that. Don't believe what? Your latest claim. You did see the professor on that night 10 years ago. Oh, oh dear. We seem to be at odds. But I was there and you were not. I know, but I didn't see. The illustration with this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalist that what you witnessed. The figure emerging from a tomb wearing an iron mask. Yeah. Honestly? Yeah. Henry? What kind of name is that? Henry? Wearing. Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago, it was decided in the closed court's ruling that a man would wear the mask to hide his identity. It wasn't to be removed even during his execution and subsequent burial. Not even the prison wardens were to see the man's face. I really hope we're gonna see this guy's face in the wax model after this trial, or I'm gonna fucking lose it. But obviously, the provision of this mask was not public knowledge. So, Mr. Drebber, as you've just heard, a lowly student of the University of London certainly would have known from about the condemned man's mask. So, unless you'd actually seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in that illustration. Ah! She's so cute. Oh my god, she's so short actually. She's cute. Hoda. Well, Mr. Drebber? It's a vile seed, isn't it? If you look closely. And as I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified. Which is why I had it in my head that I'd seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards, I came to my senses and realized that I'd been mistaken. You still say you didn't see it? If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you. I like that we're fighting for something that's of Van Zeke's best interest now. Of course. I nearly gave him a Sherlock accent, only too happy to oblige. I can't believe it. I can't believe he's still not going to concede to the point. Wait, is this a fellow grave robber at work? A fellow grave robber? What are you talking about? Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know? Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he'd dug, my heart nearly stopped. Why was he there? Was he taking a nice little power nap before he goes back to stealing bodies? So that's the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see? You're claiming it was just another student on equally insalubrious business as yourself? Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections. Clearly, the fellow was using such a mask to protect his anonymity, wouldn't you say? But there's more to that story, isn't there? The article goes to say, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. Okay, so that's where we present the camera with the blood. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. We might assume that the sexton discovered the discreets at work, perhaps. What was a sexton? And fired upon them, one of them. If a grave digger had shot someone in the cemetery, I think it might have been rather big news, my lord. Oh, well. Oh my god, I love it that he finally proved something straightforward to the judge. I can only assume it was an embellishment bolted by the reporter. Oh no, Mr. Sholmes' face. Madame Tusples, Don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes. Ah, oh la la! Pardon. I was lost in my thoughts. Would it be fair to say that Mr. Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way? I thought it was a little strange, that is all. How Monsieur Drebber would claim this now. If you don't mind me saying, madame, what are you talking about? Well, when I met you that years ago as your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, none? He stands there menacingly. He was doing other animations, Darth. Like he was opening Van Zieg's bottles for him. It was actually kind of, including the gunshot. Apparently, the thing they're doing is that Kazuma has amnesia, so he doesn't remember who he is or who the others are. And at the moment, he's being trained to be a prosecutor by Van Zieks. So that's why he's there. So he's like observing. Stop! Yeah. You might want to watch your tongue, you know. Have a care, Trevor. That's no way to speak to a lady. Van Ziek said all women are queens! Yeah! I'm screen capping that. I'm taking any victory I can about Van Ziek's character at the moment because currently it's still a major racist. Grrr. Please, Madame Tusples, carry on. Of course. According to what Monsieur Drebber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him and the bullet hit the condemned man. I said nothing of the sort. No, you were very explicit about the details. About the mask that the figure was wearing. And the blood that spattered over you when he was shot. Enough! Shut up, woman! Oh! This is why Drebber has to be taken to the fucking courtyard, to the gallows. You do not speak to a lady like that, Jesus. You're making all this up. That will do! Mr. Drebber. Yes. You refute the account just given by Madame Tusples. I have no recollection of even saying those things. Come on! Do you really expect us to believe you? Control yourself, counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom. Right. Under the circumstances, I think it's best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your positions on this witness. But, very well. Come on, Kazuma, I think he fell asleep. Ah, fuck. Okay, that's where we presented. It was saying no blood specifically, but that's still present. Yet, Madame Tusples has testified that you told her about both those details. Not true. I said nothing of the sort. 10 years have passed. Without material evidence on the contrary, you have no ground on which to question the witness's words. Ah! Tell me, Madame Tusples. Oi? Oui? What exactly did Mr. Drebber say about the blood that just spattered on him, that apparently spattered on him? Alors, this is what he told me. All of a sudden, he heard a very loud gunshot from behind his back. The bullet hit the figure who was emerging from the tomb in the middle of the chest, in his heart. One dreadful sight after another. And since Monsieur Drebber was at the time toward the condemned man. The blood sprayed over the wound and spattered on his body. That is what he told me. So, not an experience you would ever forget, is it? Precisely, and I didn't forget it because, as I've already said, it never happened in the first place. It's clearly lying. If only I had some evidence to prove it. We can't let him win, Mr. Naruhodo. We mustn't overlook a single detail, no matter how small. Ah, I know. Then we present the camera. We present the camera. Mr. Drubber, do you remember this camera? What? That is the camera from the Fateful Night. Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drubber. And is that supposed to be significant? This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens extended forward on the end of some bellows. Like this. What's that? There, just on the bellows. That is a new line from him! Oh! I've never seen him say anything but objection against me. He's just said, hold it! Ooh! It looks like a dark red stain. Ah! That's right. It's rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact. Good lord! Are you suggesting... Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a spatter of blood. Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. C? It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood and not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether it is blood, whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough. I propose that Madame Tuswell's testimony was correct, and that on the night in question 10 years ago, you were spattered with blood from the gunshot wound. Well, And furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night. Why? But why? Why would you want to do that? Ah, okay. So you're not actively fighting me. He just wants the answers. Because well, not for his own gain, it would seem. Confused then. Who would benefit? Mr. Trevor is obviously lying in order to protect somebody. My goodness, he's shielding someone? You have to look, huh? Ah, a furtive glance. My dear fellows, you blood well. Sherlock just jumps up from the gallery. Ah, your furtive glance tells all, my dear fellows. Window shutdown noises. The error sound like dunk, 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 dunk. Yes, my lord, and clearly, it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor coming back to life to be exposed. Well, counsel, who is it then? Seriously? He literally looked at her. Who are you suggesting to put up? It was her! The obvious answer is Dr. Seath. Seath? Whatever do you mean? She's a certified MILF, an evil MILF. Imagine if the convict who'd been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was what to come to light. Imagine if that was to come to light. God, that was a confusing sentence. What are you insinuating? And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor, that would be unprecedented scandal. This is beyond a joke. Need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life? What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean. I said, geez, 2 in a row, geez, calm down. Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape, not in Great Britain. Speak to each other like normal human beings, for crazy. But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging. If that really is true, Counsel, the implications of misconduct could not stop at the supervising coroner. It would taint the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up. And it's exactly because those monumental repercussions that Dr. Seed would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret, even if that meant being complicit in a crime. You mean? I mean that Dr. Seed wasn't collaborating in Mr. Drebber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Asman with a waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. What? That was a very long scream. Lord Van Zix! I'm surprised his apprentice didn't react to that. Pray forgive my freshly filled hallowed chalice and a whole raft of other discourtesies now. He can't even name them all, Jesus. So, Mr. Apprentice Man, what's your reaction on that? Goodness me. It's just the sort of tall tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. Oh no, he put his leg back down. Put it back up, bitch. An executed killer rising from the dead, a Scotland Yard cover-up, a conspiracy at the highest level. So, let me ask you one thing. What's that? If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger and disposed of him forever? Well, I have no idea at the moment. We have too little information to work that out in the present, I think. I couldn't agree more. The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies. And have you considered this, my learned Nipponese friend? Considered what? Do you realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary. Quite hard to imagine any sum of money being offered for research would warrant it. Relying on stage deception when so much is at stake would be madness. Well, I suppose... And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money in the venture and would be instrumental in future profits. Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Asman at all. Or are you forgetting that his death results in me receiving not a single penny? The court is aware of the contract between myself and the victim, no? Oh my god, I can send you some fan arts actually. I can send you some fan arts about it. 1 second, Dar. It's not too far off, I believe. Oops. Oops, Jesus. Oops. Oh God. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh God. Oh, oh my goodness. This is like fandom consensus of what his stand looks like. There is a contract. That's very true. The motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it. Using threats to force the head of the forensics investigation team to cooperate is extreme, especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place. If the search grant was the aim, taking Mr. Asman's life would have made no sense anyway, which means Mr. Drebber's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Asman. But why? What was his motive then? We know it's probably revenge because he ruined his career or something. I mean, ruined in the sense that you probably shouldn't go grave robbing to begin with, but he tattles though. Right? Your time is up, my learned friend. When he's like that, it kind of looks like he's offering the apprentice to drink. Like, here, have a sip, have a sippy sip. I'd say you have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with this charade. The janitor hates him for sure, right? Oh, and also, you didn't... What was it again? You weren't there when we visited his office. He was talking about how his wine is like the finest grapes from the finest vineyards, as well as his cups, or chalices as he calls them, were made from the finest craftsmen. So those are high quality shit. Let's see if you can back up your heated proposal, shall we? Is it ever gonna get back up? Can we just stay here? Listen, man, I warned you. I told you to take like 3 more steps behind you. You're in like crossfire zone between within a cup and a candle. What is that called? A lamp? Okay, he's just not gonna get up. Okay, we can leave that here. Okay. I really don't. I will have to admit, I don't want to move because of that. How do you explain why this engineer would throw all caution to the wind and threaten his own country? Are you good, bro? No, I want to see him get back up. At this point, I am prepared to listen to more outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence. Alright, who exactly was Mr. Asman to Drebber? There's a connection there that's no one's seen yet. And I'm going to have to present 2 pieces of evidence to show what that is. Oh, really? Oh yeah, the signature and the newspaper, right? Yes, my lord. The evidence establishes the motive and explains why the witness wanted the victim dead is right here. I wanna save. I know it's probably the newspaper, but listen. The game has put me on my tippy toes at the moment. It's this newspaper article, my lord. No! He's backed up in... Ah! I wanted to see him get back up! That was written 10 years ago, and every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us? I've got to know he isn't asleep. Imagine if he did fall asleep and he didn't dodge in time. That would be fucking hilarious. That dribble should never have been written. It's typical gutter press nonsense that means nothing. Yes, on its own, it isn't particularly significant, however, when considering alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Asbeth dead. What other evidence? Counsel, you will present your supplementary. The fucking signature. Let me just check. There it is. It's this contract, my lord. Mr. Drebber, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Asman. Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact. That proves that I had no reason to kill the man. No, I'm afraid not. What? There's something very significant that this newspaper article and the contract have in common. Really? And it's the common link. I'm Link. That shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Audi Asman. It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed. So, my learned friend, point out what these two pieces of evidence have in common. Oh no, what is that? I haven't seen it yet. I'll check that out later. Where exactly is the link between this newspaper article and the contract? I don't know. I'll wait for that. I'll check it later. What these two pieces of evidence have in common is the signature. A signature? The signing on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person. What? Ah! As the court has heard, the illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about this ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Asman's signature at the bottom. Let me see now. Good lord! Yes, they're identical. In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published by Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Audi Asman. Oh no! This is the Windows shutdown moment! But explain to the court why. Why would this constitute a motive for the victim to murder Asman? Revenge? Weren't you listening, my dude? Well, if you think back, you'll remember that Mr. Drebber talked about that article in his testimony. Grave robbing, you say? Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably grave. That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir. Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches, and in the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with a bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. Then, I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. At the time, you were a student of the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life. So, Mr. Asman used to be a newspaper journalist, did he? He did, my lord. In fact, it was a widely held belief that Asman managed to position himself at the heart of this criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter. So, you had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually, you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article, written by Mr. Asman. Enough! stop this endless drivel about my life. What? Explain yourself, Mr. Drebber. Yes, it's true. I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back. What do you mean? Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled on with their hypothesis anyway. We all did, only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and patented by some wretch or other after all. Good gracious! Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wrench. Being forced out of the university because of low gate was the best thing that could have happened to me. Mr. Drebber, do you genuinely believe that? Of course I do. Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me? Is it in the Minus Instagram poses? I know, right? I already kind of changed my sub alert gifs, but I'm really tempted to add some of Drebber's animations. They're really nice. I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all. How dare you! And I have evidence to prove it. How are you in position to say something about me? I don't know you from Adam. What? Fine. If you think you have the evidence, go ahead. Show it. What could you possibly have to disprove the idea that I was happy to leave the university because I lacked talent? It's the trophy, right? I'm just gonna save real quick. And present. Do you remember this, Mr. Drebber? We found it at your workshop. Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science? What exactly is this trophy, Council? It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord. There is no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future. Good gracious! Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Drebber? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talent would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Asman was, but when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life, it's abundantly clear that you had no intentions of forgiving that man. The truth is, finally, is going to fold. Who's that? Is it Hairbrain? Oh, it's her. Fine. Clearly, this has run its course now. What? I admit it. All of it. Oh, damn, really? What? What are you doing? It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim, on the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. No. Good Lord! Dr. C, do you realize what you're saying, woman? Well, there goes from all women are queens. Fucking Christ, man. Give me some dubs, will you? Give me some dubs regarding your character. It's all true. That day. Okay. Explain, how could you fuck that up? When I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. Jesus. Is that like, what's that inside the code? That memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself. It was the professor again, staring me in the face. And then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. Dr. C, you will go along with my plan. From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night 10 years ago. Okay, how did you fuck up that professor case? All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. Which is now out in the open thanks to this one guy. I can only apologize now. What on earth? Why on earth would you buckle now? Well, there's no point in trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborating in murder. But the great lie about the execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished. So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything. Surely it goes without saying. You admit your part in it too, then? I admit nothing at all. Oh, for fuck's sakes, man. What else do you want from me? What? Are you gonna help, Van Zeeks? Have you forgotten that the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way for you to confirm I did anything wrong. No! Why is she still here? Why is the Madame Tuspos here? Order! 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 Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secrets, so I went along with his plan. And, Lord Van Zeeks. Yes? I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course. Oh no. Ryunosuke is literally making trouble for the entirety government system of Britain. He is single-handedly tearing them to shreds and pulling them into chaos. I have heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court. Oh, so we're not gonna press him more? This trial is not the proper forum in which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Drebber. The defendant is Professor Albert Harebrained. Okay. Very true. It had slipped my mind. Isn't he one of your closest friends? As the court has heard, this is the fucking wrong voice! As the court has heard, Dr. Seath has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt. You mean... At the present time, it is the conclusion of this court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objection? I thought I was gonna hit that disciple in the face with that arm. God damn it. None, my lord. Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruto. You've proven Professor Hairbrain's innocence. Can we unlock the cage now? Then, without further ado the adjudication. Unless the prosecution or defense have any other matters to discuss. Are we gonna if we're not gonna see the face, I'm gonna be so mad. I don't know. This doesn't feel quite right. Why did Dr. Seath suddenly admit to it like that? Is everything alright, Mr. Naruto? Like you said before, the way the trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. But is that really what we want? What the defense should be pushing for now is... Well, if we get adjudicated, the case ends immediately. So definitely we want more testimonies to nibble on. The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord. Ah, Jesus Christ. I beg your pardon. We demand one final testimony. I don't think you're allowed to do that though, are you? What? You do realize I'm about to adjudicate in favor of your client, I presume? What are you playing at now, my Nipponese friend? Hello, Seafoams! Oh, I don't know if I'm about to end, but I've been going on for a while, so maybe I'm close to end? But yeah, this is hard. Oh, thank you so much for the follow, Seafoams! Thank you so much! But yeah, this is amazing. Everything leading up to this was amazing. And I heard from my friends that from here, like case 4 and 5 just keeps wrapping up. I'm so excited for that. Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that. Do I look fucking sane to you, Van Zeeks? Right, I love this game so much. I'm kind of sad. I want a wallpaper of Great Ace Attorney, but I'm too scared to look at like the Google image because it's gonna be rife with spoilers. Mr. Naruto, what exactly are you thinking? The truth. The whole truth. The way to bring it all out in the open. Are you sure? Remember that identity is a government secret though. Well, you've already exposed one government secret, so what's another? Right! Yes, in hindsight. Ah yes, one would have warned before I go. If, the course of the trial this afternoon, you receive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. But yeah, I know, right? They're kind of already hinted that the masked disciple is Kazuma. I just really want to know how it happened. And also, there was the thing about the Baskervilles. Ooh, that's I'm curious about. So I'm so excited to like move on and uncover more of the mystery in this case. Ah! I'm sure Mr. Mr. Sholmes knew. He must have deduced that this would happen. Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client and to secure an acquittal. Who's my favorite character? Oh, I'll have to say it's a lot of the main cast, like Sholmes or Holmes. I don't know, man. I'm just gonna call him Sherlock Holmes. It's what they wanted. Kazuma, that's definitely one thing. Ryutaro. Oh, and Aris and Gina are also very cute. And then, listen, Van Zix is a bit racist at the moment, but if anything's told me, that's because he has like a tragic backstory. So I'm into that. He is very sexy, and I just want him to get over his racism. Literally starts listing up every single character. Oh, and also, fuck. I don't know how to like show it to you. I changed my subscriber alerts to what's his name? Shamspear? Yeah, Shamspear is like a rare one. An NPC that we'll never going to see again, but has like a place in my heart. The animations absolutely destroyed me. Yeah, Shamspear! I changed all of my sub notifications to Shamspear's animations. Right? Obviously. But that's not all. I believe that I have duty to the court to pursue the whole truth of the case until the very last detail is laid bare. Modernly speaking, no, that's not your job, but okay. No, we're doing this a favor. We're doing this a favor for Van Zix because remember, the professor, we haven't undone what happened to the professor yet. Like, I legit had to pause at all the Shamster because I was like, oh man, bro. Right? I was actually genuinely scared. Oh my god. Oh my god! Yeah, there is! Shamspear! Thank you so much, Dart, for the gifted sub! I was literally scared shitless when Shamspear returned. But okay, we're in the height of the case. Let's focus on it. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Seath. Testimony from me? About what? About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drebber. Ha! In case this escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. Stop wasting everyone's time. As his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point procrastinating this business further with other tedious cross-examinations. Dorf really just wanted to see Shamspear as well. He lives on forever with us. God damn it! I thought his like throwing of the bottle was gonna have like another interaction with the disciple. Pray forgive my careless handling of that hallowed bottle. I slipped. Oopsies. That's what you call it? What is your objection, Lord Van Zix? The prosecution also called for supplementary testimony from the witness. Alright, especially the fucking throwing one, where he throws the cup at the candles. There's no way that wasn't practice, or else Apprentice is definitely gonna get like a head full of hallowed chalices. Don't be stupid. If there's more to this case than has yet to come to light, then I will join my learned friends in pursuit of the until the bitter wind. He's on my side. He's finally on my side. Yay! You what? Lord Van Zix. This is most irregular to say the least. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. Let me just take a fucking sip. Doing the judge's voice takes a lot out of my throat. Surprisingly enough, the judge is the hardest one to voice for me. Dr. Seath, you will testify for the court, explaining the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Dr. Bedraba! Very well. Huh? What you gotta say, lady? It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside its jacket. How did you miss the entire giant glass? The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instruction, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged a certain way to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensics investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. It was a whole team effort. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret at the highest level I had to protect. Can we unlock the mask now, please? I'm begging. I really want to see the face. It's been blue balling me all this time. So I was right. The stage and the machine were all specially designed for this deception. So it seems, and all meticulously prepared. You did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy. Thank you, Mummy. Thank you so much, jeez. So kind of you to say. I'll take that as a compliment, man. And what about the autopsy report then? All I did was record the location of the body as being in the Crystal Tower instead of under the stage. That's all? It's terrible corruption! Only my team were aware of the deceit, and that only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you. We must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe the testimony has clarified everything. There is no particular need for cross-examination, I would say. No, I disagree. I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. Just look at that expression on Dr. Seed's face. Mummy? It's the defense's right to cross-examine any witness following his testimony. What is it about you Japanese that makes you all so doggedly persistent? Well, I guess she don't speak Otoba? Sasato's dad, but do you have something against her as well, him as well? Very well, if you desire, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Okay. I want to press everything just because I want to know the whole truth about this. But most especially the last part. For what you described before, it sounds like the note was anonymous. Did you have any idea of who was behind it? There are very few. Oh, okay. The wax lady is just gone. Okay, bye. She just silently went on her way. There are very few people in the know about what really happened 10 years ago to start with. But anyway, I'd never heard of this engineer, so no, I had no idea. Yet, despite not knowing who was behind the plan, he went along with it. I had no choice. Protecting the professor's secret was the only concern. But the horse has bolted now, and the stable door will never be shut again. Scotland Yard's reputation will be immeasurably damaged as a result of all of this. And whose fault is that? Yes, thank you, Lord Vazix. I'm well aware of that. So, as I understand it, what you found in the bird cage was the waxwork bottle, where then the victim's body. Really, the judge's voice takes something out of me. So, you knew about the special construction the stage used to carry out the trick then? It was quite obvious that what happened with the victim and the waxwork. And you switched the two over, didn't you? In other words, you recorded the victim's body as having been discovered in the Crystal Tower and the waxwork? I wrapped it and sent it by carriage to a specified address at a specified time. And why were you given such directions? Presumably, so it would be recovered by rubber and returned to Madame Tussauds. I see. Then you put the birdcage back to the experimentation stage. Yes, although someone obviously made a mistake about which cage should go where. I thought I'd made it perfectly clear to the team, but still. I suppose you were focused on the victim's body, that being a more important detail. When you say arranged, I presume you mean with this. Yes, it was instructed with the engineer's note said that something along the lines of fabricate some evidence to make it clear that her brain alone would have killed Asman. So, you mean that was your doing? I fetched Harbury's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage and took it with me, alone, to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage has fallen. Alone, Doctor. Oh, is the music dying? I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception. Okay. There was a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it up. Then, I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest. Damn. Brutal, lady. And then you noted that in your autopsy report. But, oh man, if he didn't die from a broken neck there, then she would have been the murderer. As a fictitious cause of death. Exactly. So, the actual cause of death was the trauma resulting from a 30-foot drop. Okay, so she cleared that up. My word. What is it, Mrs. Sato? Something about Dr. Seat's last statement is playing on my mind. That's all. Yes, mine too. Dr. Seat! There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well. The defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony. Oh? Which part? What? I want her to supplement in her testimony with this. Yeah, I think the inconsistency we're supposed to have here is that it didn't have blood stains when we found it. Right? I don't think there was blood stains on the screwdriver when we first found it, so it should be this. Right? I don't know. How you stabbed Mr. Asman's chest. That part. Fine, if that's what you want. But there's really no need to point. The prosecution. Van Zix, you fucking hypocrite. Yeah, they're just fucking with you right now, lady. Very well, you'll supplement your testimony now, witness. If you wish, my lord. So, it was you who stabbed Asman with this? Yes, far easier than dissecting, I assure you. No precision required. But a welcome change. The victim died instantly with from a snapped neck. All I did was carry out the instructions I'd been given. As unflinchingly as ever, no doubt. I imagine you didn't bat an eyelid when you drove that weapon into his body. There was no need to bat my eyelids. And what else did you do to twist that fact? Remind the court, why don't you? If you wish. Wait. Huh? It didn't give me a choice to change it, so I'm guessing that's right. Fuck. The entire team is perverting the course of justice? Why would you use the word pervert? My team consists of the very best investigators there are. I demand loyalty from all members. We operate on a code of chivalry of sorts. You aid and abet a murderer, commit perjury, and dare to talk about chivalry? It was a matter of priorities. What? Nothing was more important than protecting the secret of the professor. My team did what it was necessary without losing sight of the primary goal. I consider their conduct exemplary. ACAB. Don't concede the point, Mr. Naruto. You mustn't let her win. I need a lawyer. Ryunosuke, you fucking baby. I'll take that silence as tacit acceptance. Now, can we move on? Okay, that's what I want to know most about, even though I'm assuming it's not our focus. But at what cost? Fate in Scotland Yard is going to suffer a terrible blow as a result of this. And your precious secret is out now anyway. Yes, as you said. And I take full responsibility. Boom! We don't... Sir! I barely know you. You cannot ask me of that. Boom! Down! Dr. Sid! Surely there was some other way you could have protected the secret. No, there really wasn't. I've done my utmost, believe me. In many ways, I respect your determination. Phew! Nearly froze under the cold stare as she said that. I do believe she was being genuine though, Mr. Naruto. Okay, that didn't give me much. I'm upset. Her story. She admitted everything and revealed her full involvement in the case, in the crime. I do wonder if there really is much more to it. Well, I don't know, but I just have a feeling. Do you, Mr. Naruto? The truth is, I find it strange too. How those two are reacting to this are completely opposite ways. I mean, yes, exactly. For some reason, I feel sure they're trying to hide stuff. Okay, I want to look for the one. What was the part one? If I press this again, will it give me the option to change the statement I want to focus on? See, told ya. See, I told you, dog. I told ya. Oh, it does. Let's have her change it. Okay. I wanna press that statement at least. Maybe significance. So, could you change your supplementary statement to explain that instead? Very well. That was a neck trauma Asmin suffered from her fall. You're quite sure of that? It was a result of a broken neck. Yes, as a professional, that was more than apparent. You'd never know just by looking at a photograph of the victim though, would you? No, that's very true. Obviously not. Which is precisely why coroners are needed to determine the actual facts. Yes, assuming they can be trusted. Damn. There's no point in calling her assertion into question without evidence. Let's get back to the testimony. Oh yeah, I said her hair looks like because her hair is light and her skin is pale, it looks like the ends of her hair look like they're part of her ears, which elongates her ears. Let's find this one. Like exactly where it's placed, it looks like the ends of her hair are like, you know, those very long earlobes. Yeah, that's what we're seeing here now. Okay. What is our evidence again? I mean, there's no denying this. Let's report. What is our autopsy report again? Hemorrhage of a wound chest that pierced the heart, inflicted by a sharp implement, a broken vertebra, most likely resulting in the impact after the sudden fall of considerable heights. You know what? For the fact that she was there and she was like if I'm trying to like get into her head, she would definitely want to put the blame on. I don't know. I guess she'd want to put the blame on what do you call her? What do you call it? I don't know, man. I don't know what they're asking of me at the moment. Okay, let's go back to the other one. Okay, let's go back to the other one. Ah, fuck! Okay. I will admit, I looked up a walkthrough for this one because it didn't make sense. And you're gonna see why. This was one thing I was stuck on, and you're gonna see why. Let's have her change it. And of course, since we have a new testimony, that's where we present. Fuck! I didn't mean to press that shit! Let's move on, 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 move on! Fuck. God. Is anyone else confused with like the keyboard controls for this game? For some reason they work, but for some reason the mapping of it throws me off. I've got a nasty feeling that this inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth. What on earth is the matter, Counsel? Have you lost your tongue? I apologize, my lord. Dr. Steve, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point that seems to defy explanation. Out with it, my learned friend. He's calling me friend. There's an obvious inconsistency between your description of this and this photograph, which shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death. Right! But also, the music personally attacks me. Whenever they play Kazuma Asogi Nocturne, I just cry on stream. It turns into all-out crying stream. The court has already examined the photograph in depth. There's nothing new that can be learned from it. Yes, we've already considered it, that's true. But we now know the fact to be different. What do you mean? Right? Whenever they play that in an emotional scene, or whenever they're remembering Kazuha, it just, why are they doing this to me? This is personally attacking me. What do you mean? I believe we should let the defense explain. Where in this photograph can we see the alleged inconsistency in the victim's statement? I almost sent victim because of the fucking bohemian child. The spirit of the bohemian child has possessed me. Huh. Apparently this is the answer. Fuck. Look closely at the blood in the victim's chest. It clearly extends on a downwards direction towards the man's feet. Oh, okay. Oh fuck, I never would have guessed this. That never occurred to me once. That's actually very That's actually very smart. That's some detail. Shit. Okay, that was... Okay, genuine. I'm not mad about that. I am actually very... Ooh, that's actually kind of smart, I have to say. And why is that significant, Counsel? If the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely expected. Ah! Of course, no! That's not what happened! Exactly, my lord. Dr. Seed made it very clear in her testimony just now that the point at which she stole Professor Hairburn's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was after the grand deception was set in motion, when the birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen on its side after the 30-foot drop. And if the victim had been stabbed whilst inside the birdcage in that position, the blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. For it to be formed and from the what the fuck is that word? Ryunosuke, you son of a bitch. You have no idea what analyze means, and you're going to use longitudinal appearance. We see this picture is inconceivable. Right? It's very hard. I miss that. This part is very hard. This case is very hard. It stooped me like several times. Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downwards from the wound, it must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Asman, he was standing up. In short, Dr. Seeth, your latest testimony was a total fabrication. This guy's just making up words. I know, right? This man! I knew it. I was right. Now I've identified the contradiction. There's only one way to explain that fact. We've all been under the great misapprehension here. What? What sort of misapprehension? Van Zeke, come on, were you listening or did you fall asleep as well? Dr. Seeth, you claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Drebber as a result of the note he left on the waxwork. You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. And you claim that you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie. Because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us has only one possible answer. I love that you're extending this for... Jesus fucking Christ, dude. No one speaks like this in real life. If that is the case, what is it, man? Counsel, you clearly stuck upon a revelation. Now, tell the court what it is. Which part of Dr. Seed's story is shown to be a lie to the contrary? The stabbing of the victim, I guess? That's literally what we answered, though. I mean, do we literally have to reiterate this? I'm gonna save. Sensation and macaroni means... Oh man! You know, he didn't know cheese at the beginning of this game. He didn't know what cheese was. So I'm assuming he doesn't know the word. Oh man, I wouldn't know what macaroni and cheese is. Double unknown. The answer is very simple if you consider the sequence of events. If, when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downwards as it did, we can be sure that the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at that time. But, as you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage. Yes, it would, which tells us that the victim must have been in the position of his own accord. Bruh! That's impossible! The man was dead, remember? Fantasies, are you with me here or not? No, that is the misapprehension. When the birdcage fell from the stage into the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force. But Mr. Asman didn't die in the fall. He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came around, he got to his feet to climb out of his cage. Just as Dr. Seath appeared. Oh, so I was kind of right when I said though, right? Like, oh, if he didn't die from a broken neck, then that would be you were the killer. I was basically right. Oh, okay, and Drebber is just gone then, silently walked away. If the victim was in fact alive at the point in time, it changes everything. Mr. Audie Asman's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Hairbrain, nor was it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Drebber. It was you, Dr. Courtney Seath. Ah! Order! Can this possibly be true? Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him. What? Why are you mad? Why are you mad? You hoped that by admitting to being an accomplice in Mr. Drebber's schemes, the trial would end. Before, you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder. Oh, she did it now. Oh, do shut up. You're so desperate now. You're making all this up, as if I would do something like that. Sissy! I assure you the defense is not desperate, Doctor. We literally have an acquittal. We're literally our defendant is definitely very not guilty, so there's no reason to chase after this. Just for the fact of, fuck you, girl. Mr. Narada has established the facts using evidence and logic alone. Huh, logic? Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it. What do you mean? And I've thought it was obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. What possible reason would I have to kill Mr. Asman? Asman was involved in many murders and criminal activities, from coercion to theft to murder. But there is no known connection to Dr. Seath here. I'm rather relieved to say it does seem somewhat far-fetched. True, there's no obvious motive. But there's still something in the back of my mind. I feel sure I've seen something somewhere that hints at why the coroner might have done this. Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report. Okay, no. But murdering someone for no reason is a very different story. Okay? No. when you question what possible reason you could have for wanting to kill Mr. Asman, something did come to mind. What is it, Counsel? Enlighten the court once. Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something that seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect at the time. There's a particular object that explained why Dr. C would want to kill. Huh? Scalpels? These two don't make sense. So the scalpels. I mean, yeah, what if she was like ordering 150 scalpels a month? It's a scalpel, or rather, scalpels. Did you say scalpels? Her voice suddenly became very feminine. It would appear that the word struck a chord, Doctor. Gio, come on, out with it! It was yesterday when we visited your laboratory. Look at this big, thick book here. It appears to be an accounting ledger. It's records of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh, what is it? It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but, well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month. So she's being not coerced anymore. She's been done in crimes for a while now. 500 scalpels a month? At first, I wondered what on earth you could be using that many scalpels for. But actually, I realize now it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them, disappearing every month from the department's accounts. Asman's criminal organizations relied heavily on extortion for its fundings. Tracing the money from the forensics investigation team's account to find out where it was going would be extremely straightforward. 10 years ago, when Mr. Asman was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Drebber, he may have well stumbled upon information as he was researching the story. Information relating to Dr. Seed's dark secret that he would use to rack money from her for the next decade. That's a lot of money, Jesus. For a whole decade? Her dark secrets? Good lord, you mean... I don't know what happened on that night of that execution 10 years ago, but clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. Man, lady, this is the worst kept secret apparently. So, in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Asman in the heart with all your might to silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever. Is he gonna have a breakdown? You'll never understand. None of you! Oh, she has a very nice hairpin. What we've had to keep covered up all those long years. Well, are we gonna ever find out the face of the guy, or... Nah, I mean, it's right there. Come on, guys. Let's go. Okay. 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 Okay? As very little of machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb, the truth of this case could never be properly established unless you speak out. And if you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney Scythe will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done, and tell the court the truth about what happened. I mean... 10 years ago, you told the truth, and you were robbed of a bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness, And and your consternation? What the hell is that word, man? Consternation now, however. This is surely the chance you've been waiting for, to sever the hold that fate's had over you all these years. Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. I mean, really. It's the adult brain mock scientists that are the worst, you know. They don't recognize the fact that they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about their wonderful hypothesis, their stupid eyes shining like little child's. They make me sick. I can abide their foolishness. Careful, Mr. Drummer. I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It made for quite a show, didn't it? So you admit it. You admit that it was nothing more than a sham spear? Made for the purpose of killing the victim. Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge. Revenge for the future that Mr. Asman's article had deprived you of 10 years earlier. But in the revenge you sought, didn't stop at Asman, did it? Which is where this very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see. The condemned victim that you saw rising from the grave in Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago. If your accounts of those events were all true, then obviously Scotland Yard could afford to acknowledge what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had. So, your plan required that you abduct that particular wax model in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well, or on Dr. Seath to be precise. Still groovy even when he's sad. It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Asman turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye about the coroner who'd handle the bogus autopsy being appointed head of a new forensics team. When I learned that news, my cognitive processes started to devise the plan. What a horrible tale. Oh, what a horrid tale. He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him. For revenge. Oops, that was a burp. And have that rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I've had to suffer. Well, there it goes. Okay, so surely. Your actions against those who'd ruin your future were justified as revenge, at least to yourself. Certainly, no one has the right to destroy another's prospect, especially for purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you? Did I? Professor Harebrain's only crime was passion for his hypothesis. But you had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he would be forever branded a failure and a fraud. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this, your own actions resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man. I, I, you not get a therapy. The therapist in this courtroom, damn. Lord Van Zeeks, what of Dr. Seath? An immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted, and she's been remanded in custody, my lord. I presume she will face trial in the coming days, along with Mr. Drebber. A most regrettable situation indeed. She's made great contributions to her professions over the years. It really is a hard truth to swallow. However, that is a topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Herbert. Sorry. Shit. Oh, yes? It seems there was a great deal more to your experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now that all the sordid details that have been brought to light. This has been a very long and profound trial, but I'm pleased to say you're absolved of all guilt. This whole experience has taught me a very great but painful lesson. Me, this dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy. I've been selfish and self-centered, and above all, a fool. Professor, I've spent my life thinking of nothing but my research. I've spent my life thinking of nothing but my research. Misguidedly believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to, despite my lack of talent. And the worst of it is, in the process, I've caused others pain and misery. Others who are far, far greater people than I. No, Professor, that is not true. Oh, Fancy! You're such a good friend! What? Don't tar yourself with the same brush as Drebber. What happened was his doing, and his alone. This outcome is his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way. Aw, Fancy! It's being nice to his friend! My Fanzies! And the derisions with which we referred to you earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even. You said that, not me! The man has no idea. To believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams. That's laudable, not laughable. I actually made that mistake while reading this as well, actually. No one has the right to deride another of such choices. Aw, Fantasy, he's such a good friend. Oh! Thank you, Baroque. Aw, first names! So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. It is this court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charge of which he stands accused. I presume there are no objections? None from me, my lord. Certainly not. This trial's really made me think, but this is the right decision. It's all been proven by authority and legitimacy. I have no misgivings whatsoever. Oh, what's that? It's done, is he? Oh, it's all over. I don't know what's become of the yard these days. I don't recognize that place. This is sometimes why he's kind of like. I mean, it definitely gives a more human side to him, right? Like, he's very mean to me, but only because we are like the direct opposite of his. We are in opposition in court. But also, he's kind of racist, so... In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant... Hot Milky! Are we still... They still have that thing the thing! The professor! Are we ever going to open it up? Court is adjourned! No! Open it! It's over. That was some trial. Open it! For October 4th, oh yes. Oh. Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it? Oh, it is! Congratulations, Professor Hairbrain. No! Open it! Mr. Naruhodo, Mr. Sato, I am truly beside myself in gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough? No! Open it! I'm just glad it's been all cleared up. That you realized you were just caught up in a bad situation. Right now, if I had that research grant money, I'd give the whole lot to you, every penny. Oh, thank you. Well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so... We don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough. Really? Damn, they aren't getting... well, I guess, yeah, that's how Ryunosuke survived being out of court for 6 months. He has, like, a allowance from the government. Oh, dear. Oh, what can I do? Ah! Yeah? How about this? As a memento, a paper about my hypothesis is inside. Well, just as a memento then. Thank you. Oh. I've been wondering, Professor. What are you going to do now? Oh my, yes. What am I going to do? My hypothesis and my great machine lie in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. I must enjoy the great exhibition whilst I'm here, too, and see if new inspiration hits me. Oh yes, what a wonderful idea. I can't allow that? Who is this? I can't allow that. Gregson? Shit. He jumped! What are you doing in my room? Ah! Get out of my room! No. Oh my god, what are you doing in my room then, Zeeks? Oh my. I can't allow that. But Lord Van Zeeks, what are you doing here? Baroque! I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert. Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were like a great demon behind your bench there, snarling down on your prey. I'm into that. You're one of the few true friends I have. Oh! Few? There's more? I couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution. Or the defense! Sorry? Or the defense? Did I just hear that right? I always knew you had my best interest at heart. Don't worry. Ah, how about you show me around while I'm here in town? It's been a long time since we left university. We had a lot to catch up on. Oh no, what's wrong? Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you. It's the nicest thing he's ever said, but it's not to me. Huh? From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased a ticket. Oh no! Is he sending his friend away because of the Reaper's curse? No! But why minute, Baroque. What about the great exhibition? This is a chance of a lifetime for me. I want to look around. No. No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea. Wow. Oh? Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Baroque. Lord Van Zieks. What's all this about? Unnecessary precaution. God, he's so fucking wide! I'm just looking at him up close and he's so fucking wide! Jeez! Yes, I think I understand. You do? Well, Iris told me that when you met Lord Van Zieks in his office some days ago, he asked how Mr. Natsume was doing. Oh my god, do you actually believe that? Criminally broad. He is wide as a fucking refrigerator. Jesus Christ, this man. Yes, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time, and so he thinks himself is cursed, and is wanting to save Albert by making him leave. Oh. And thinking it was nice of him to ask. The point is, Mr. Natsume is still alive and well. Oh, so is Gina! Even though it's been more than 6 months since he stood trial with the Reaper as the prosecutor. Ah, you mean the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas. Those in the Reaper's sights meet their end days of sometimes months after the acquittal. That's been the pattern up to now. But of course, we know that both Mr. Natsume and Gina were completely innocent. True. And perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take my chances with my close personal friend. Oh, he's using the term friend for him. That's so sweet of him. Baroque? Like the mustache Nepalese. This man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once. Oh, Baroque! Oh shit! I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zieks. I didn't mean to use your first name. Right. Does your friend-shaped package get any say in it? Goodness! That was your intention all along then, Lord Van Zieks. In court, there are where people think of him as the Reaper. This man seems absolutely merciless, and yet, sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all. Ryunosuke! That could have been a compliment. It's time to go, Albert. Back to prison for the time being. Oh, yes, alright. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you so much for everything. This fucking clown has music. Not at all, Professor. It's a pleasure getting to know you. Best wishes, Professor Hairbrain. Well, once the dust is settled, you must come and visit me in Germany. Anyway, goodbye for now. Hello, sir. Oh shit, he's referring to me. Now, my Nipponiese friend. Oh, yes. I thought you'd gone too. Yes, anything for you. Oh my god, anything you want, sir. We have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time? All the time in the world. Fuck, if I can wait 4 hours or 12 hours for Strongheart, all of my remaining days are yours. You want to talk with me? I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes. Oh, are they gonna unmask it? Jesus, the fucking music. Well, that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get that sense of impending doom as you walked away this time. You say that as the music started blasting in my ears. The Enigma, Baroque Van Zeeks. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? Well, get to it, man! The answer awaits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here you go, then. Hello? Oh! Did I really have to stand behind the benches? Or the stands, I mean? So, are you satisfied? You saved the guiltless scientist from a great injustice. Begone, demon! We don't want your demon magic, black magic here! Yeah. I was having a moment, bot. Jesus fucking Christ. Yes, I think so. I'm relieved, at least, that the man's innocence could be proven. He still has his bottle. Anyway. I mean... I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity toward your Nipponese comes from. Oh my god, we're gonna get the reason why he's racist. For old time's sake. Okay, the flashback as to why he's racist. Let's go. Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. Aww. I imagine you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant man who had no business being here. But now, I think differently. I thought I was gonna say, well, you were right about the first part. You clearly knew our ways. So, I would guess that some specific incident led to your thorough dislike of my race. Will you tell me what happened? Please? 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 The professor. Oh shit, here we go. I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest. He took your brother's life. Clint. My brother was Clint Van Zeeks. 16 years ago, when I was still in my teens. He was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. Aww. He was involved in the establishment of justice systems in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations then too, to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan. Oh! If it was 16 years ago, then one of them would have been my father. Of course. I remember Dr. Mikatoba well. Ah! I had no idea. I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to the 3 visiting Nipponese. Okay. So, you've actually met my father? He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting in their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit, and it made a very great impression upon me. Oh. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects even, just an ever-growing list of victims. And in the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, because the case was finally resolved. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zeeks. Truly. Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway. So, He wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his history in the end. It was his victory in the end. For me personally, though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. When I finally found out the killer's identity, the reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time. In plain sight? Are you aware of political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires. A new treaty was being forged, I think? Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions. Which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted in a closed trial. And if the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but our two nations could very well have ended up at war. What? A war between Britain and Japan? But that would mean... Oh my! You meant to say the professor was... Oh my god! New animation!
真理が終わった時、時が来た。そう思った。
Oh shit.
貴公たちがこの恐るべき殺人鬼と対面する時がな。
Oh, he looks so cute here! Shit, wait, guys, I'm so sorry, I'm holding this up, but wait, I need to take a screenshot of that. He is so cute here. God, my voice can never hope to reach that low. Holy shit!
あの老人形の館の女主人から仮面の鍵を借り受けた。その目でしかと確かめるがいい。10年前の真実を。
これがプロフェッサーの正体。
その通り。
今まで考えたこともありませんでした。英国犯罪史上最悪の事件、その殺人鬼の正体が日本人だったなんて。
待ってください。この面影。
Do you recognize this at all, please?
どこかで見たことがある。そんな気がいたします。
What?
父上。父上。麻生木。
That's not the name he said.
僕の親友麻生木一馬。1年の時を経て今全ての記憶を取り戻して。
His memories finally returned because of his dad. You have a huge ass forehead, my lad. Oh my god, that
目の前に立っていた。
bruh, you're fucking You're fucking the fucking music. I hate everything. Everything is overwhelming him. Me, not him. Me. I am overwhelmed. The music, his huge ass forehead, the fact that apparently his suit was vacuum sealed into him. Wait, shit. This is a phase. This is a phase. This is a phase.
久しぶりだな。
Oh no! That face was a boy who saw his dead boyfriend again.
友よ。
Fuck! Shit! I nearly fell back my chair. Shit! Oh fuck! I nearly fell off my chair. Fuck! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Kazuma-sama!
Are you okay, my dude? Did the whites treat you well? Asuriyo is so real.
味方は法務女子
The fuck? Were you being mind controlled with that thing?
長い間ご苦労だった礼を言う
I have nothing to say.
私の代わりに友をここに導いてくれた
Shit! Shit! Even up till now, he's still thinking of Ryanosuke. I am not normal right now.
カズマ様
Oh my god.
生きていたんだな。ハソギ。
His hair looks like a chicken butt.
貴様にも礼を言わねばならない何しろそいつを守ってくれたのだからな
Karuma! They want it back?
麻生木の家に代々伝わる名刀カルマ。
I'm coping, okay?
する時あいつが身に帯びていた。日本人の魂であり、いつもそばに置いておきたいと。あの事件が起こって、僕は須里さんからこの刀を託されたんだ。お前が残した思いとともに。
The friendship.
こいつがあるといつもお前が見守ってくれている気がしていた。
I'm wondering, like, Van Zeke's in the moment is like, so you know this murderer that killed my brother and you guys know each other? Very awkward. Let me just see myself out. Ew, human. Ah! He's so hot, Jesus. He's gonna wear it again. Ah! Bye. Okay.
やっとたどり着きました父上。
父上、まさかお前知っていたのか。
Knew all this time? I want to disappear from someone's life just so I can return with the song playing. Oh my god, Darsh, right? To be honest, same.
その面影だけど、とても信じられない。殺人鬼の正体が麻生木一馬の父だったなんて。
Okay. Oh. His western sword is on his right side. Oh no, he can't his hand is shaking. Ah!
カズマ様。
なるほど。
Okay.
貴様と積もる話はあるが、今はその時ではない。
Why? We've been missing for half a year.
また会おう。
No, come back. We haven't seen each other in half a year. I thought you were dead. Chinosuke.
麻生木一馬は僕たちを残して。
This is me going to Van Zeke's office every single day. Let me in!
法廷から出て行った。
Hello? Alright, sorry, Baroque. We forgot. I mean, Van Zeeks. We forgot you were there. So, hearing his actual voice, I feel like I don't deserve the right to voice him again. So, is the living after image of the man who took my brother's life, is he? Hey, listen. Don't you dare do anything to my man. He was the original. You came in second. Kazuma, please come back. You're so sexy. Aha! Why did they have to go back to the witness stands again? Not the witness stands. The prosecutor defense stands. Yes, Kazuma Sogi, my best friend. 3 months ago, when Lord Strongheart introduced us, I had an inkling there was something there. Some connection. But why did Long Man do that? Why did he make Kazuma Lord Van Zeke's apprentice? And when he was suffering from amnesia too? Yeah, that was a bit fucked up. The man was apprehended, even executed. But his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. What do you mean? What are you... What did Kazuma do to you? Anyway, that's all I had to say. Thank you for meeting with me as I asked. Anytime, please. If you want some, I'm free on Friday night. If you want to go grab some coffee, maybe dinner, I'm free as well. All you have to do is ask, really. I'm gonna be there. Also, bring your apprentice, please. It's not gonna be a double date. It's gonna be me and you two. Okay, he just evaporated. Bye. "10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me, it was the first time I'd ever seen him. Alright, wait, no. No. Mas shit, I was almost speaking in Tagalog. I was gonna say that, Reynosuke and Kazuma are way older than Sasato, so even for a few years, Asogi would have known what he looked like. Poor Sasato-san. All this is tied up with the painful memories of her too. You're the only outlier here, my guy. Why are you here? She's never talked about this with me before, though. It took time to adjust to having my father around, but just when I was starting to get used to it, he called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his has passed away in London, and that the friend had left behind a son. A boy, 7 years my senior. Father told me that the boy had made a promise to his late father. So he was studying to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. As I'm sure you've worked out, that young man's name was Kazuma Asogi. So you see, that's how he and I met. You've been living with him.
親友は
Oh shit.
束の間僕たちの前に姿を現して再び消えた。そしてその瞬間、止まっていた時は動き出す。巨大な運命の車輪が回り始める。きしむような音を聞いた気がした。それは確かに何かが始まり、何かが終わるきっかけだった。
Man, what an end! God! Holy shit! What was that? Fuck! It was so much! Oh man! Oh man! Oh man! Oh man! If my voice was feeling raw before from voicing the judge, it is extra raw now from all that screaming I just did. It is 4 a.m. in the morning and I just screamed like that, my bros. My dear fellows. Oh, that was... Oh man, don't imagine. I can just imagine if it was like any better time. So Sato has all the embarrassing stories about Asogi when he was a child. Like, remember that one time you fell and your ice cream fell and then you cried? That was so good, right? Oh man! I feel wrong to like immediately start the fourth case after that too. It was such a high note. Damn, Jesus. It was such a good case. It was such a good case. And my friends keep telling me it just keeps getting better from here. So I don't know what to expect, guys. Jeez, how did they top that? Man, oh my fucking god. Also, Kazuma, are you okay? Why are you living there? Is the white man not hurting? Is the white man not insulting you? Oh man, Jesus Christ. That was such a good case. I am so sweaty. The emotional highs where that was fucking. And I mean, and about the case, I don't know, to be honest. I completely forgot like any grievances I had in the case because of that one scene. Intense when it gets crazy. Okay, so for thank you for that, Seafoams. I think that kind of solidifies it. I was considering maybe like doing the first part because it's saying investigations. Oh, jeez! Oh man, I don't know how to go at it then. Because I was gonna say, I don't stream on Saturdays and Sundays, so if I start on Friday, then I don't want to like cut off the story midway. I would very much want to like go through, have like a whole dedicated week where I just go through the whole case. So if I do that, so, also yeah, my throat, fucking annihilated my throat there. But I had to scream for Asogi. So I think I will take Friday off and Saturday and Sunday. So I will be back on Monday starting the fourth case with everyone. Oh, Jesus. Whew. I am fucking sweating. Whew. I am actually absolutely winded with that case. Fuck. He looks so good. Sorry guys, I took a screenshot of Kazuma when he was saying like thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not, and he looks so fucking good, guys. listen. Oh my god, I've been streaming for almost 6 hours. Shit. Okay, fuck. Okay, guys. Okay, thank you again. Thank you everyone again for dropping by. Dart, Seafoams. I'm so excited to get to the next case. See you next week, guys. I'm going insane. See you next week, guys. See you on Monday. Same time as usual. For Seafoams who doesn't know my usual time, it's 6 hours from now. Before now. I don't know what time zone you're in, and honestly, just Philippine time. We only have one time zone in the Philippines because we're that small. So yeah. Okay, I will have go and rest now. Why am I speaking like this? I will go and rest now. Thank you all for dropping by. Dream about him. Ah! Yeah. So thank you all so much. Oh dear God. That's what for me. Oh my god! Please get some rest if you need though. Don't worry if you don't make it. Whew. I'm gonna need to play as of Cause of a Sogi Nocturne on a 10-hour loop from now on. Okay, once again, okay, for real now, for real. It was such a great time hanging with you guys for the stream. See you all on Monday. Janet! Bye-bye!